Good stuff. Live on a Monday. Big surprise. Let's see here. Let's get everything sorted out. Chatbot online? Yes, it is. Fantastic. Okay. Let's let the Discord know. Surprise weekday stream. Come hang out for a bit. Link the channel. There we go. We've plugged ourselves. Fantastic. And now we wait for people to show up before we get started. It's good to be live. Always happy when I can go live after I've missed a stream on the regular Saturday. Of course, couldn't stream this weekend. I was celebrating my 13th anniversary with my girlfriend, so I was otherwise indisposed. Couldn't make it live, but hopefully we make up for it here with our surprise weekday stream. We shouted ourselves out on the Discord, so we'll just wait a little bit for people to file in before we go crazy. It's weird to be streaming on a weekday. It's weird because normally when I go live, you know, it's a big thing. It really consumes my Saturdays. It's like I wake up, it really is a day just dedicated to the stream. I shower, I'm thinking about the stream. I make breakfast, thinking about the stream. I eat breakfast, I'm setting up the stream. But, and so it's like a start to the day, you know, I press the live button and there it is. It's like, I am born. But no, it's a Monday. Had a full day of work, so the weekday streams are always lower energy, but what are you gonna do? You know, it is what it is. But yeah, we go live, and it's like a new start to the day, but it's the end of the day. What do? Dave's here. Hey, Dave. Working on Memorial Day, Sag. You know, gotta be on that grind. No, I mean, streaming never feels like work. That's a lie. Streaming sometimes feels like work. But weekday streams are usually because I'm really eager to get on, you know, to go live, and I have the opportunity, and those two things are quite rare on a weekday, so, you know, the stars just kind of aligned. Like when chat bans every word in the English language, yeah, that puts a damper on the day. Well, I wouldn't say a damper, but it feels more arduous. There's like a greater cost, but also greater benefit, you know. Graven's here. Hey, Graven. How's it going? Graven, I was delighted to see you guys shout me out. Hey, Samet says, Kieran, Narik, welcome. How's it going? How long will you be streaming? Probably not long, because a weekday, you know, I got a lot of shit going on. I'm actually super busy preparing for, I have my first real conference talk. I mean, it's going to be virtual, but, you know, it's still like a full-blown conference presentation. It's only 12 minutes, but, you know, it's still a talk rather than like a poster. On Thursday, so I got to get ready for that, but need material for the YouTube. And let me just answer your question. Not very long, but that's by my standards, so probably like between 2 and 3 hours, realistically. Not sure what I only have one thing on the docket, and then we'll play it by ear after that. Hey, GHXX is here. Crazy's here. Hey, Cement, we figured out how to make everything turn 0. That's exciting. I'll ask for the details later. I don't want to get super into the super into the weeds here on the stream, because that can really bog us down. Turn 0 global warming. I mean, it's been so long. We've been trying to balance the format. Finally, science has prevailed. Science has enabled us to balance global warming. Hey, it works. The most balanced mode yet. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm so glad so many people are hopping in on a weekend, or on a weekday, on a weeknight. That's the word I was looking for. Like I was saying, I was really delighted to see Graven and Andre independently tag me on the Discord, because they played an absolutely redonkulous game, and messaged me asking me to review. Hey, Narik. Okay, Narik has submitted. All right, it sounds like it's gonna be an analysis heavy stream, because Graven and Andre apparently played a really wacky match that both of them immediately tagged me in to take a look at. So super looking forward to that. That's how we're gonna open the stream. It seems like Narik also has submitted a game for review. Cup game versus Mage. Is that easily accessible? If you could DM me that, just the, copy paste the 5D PGN or whatever on Discord, that would be super helpful. Then I don't have to go digging around for it. So then after that, after the Graven Andre game, which I don't know very much about, all I know is that it went super late game, and that's pretty much it. And that apparently it's a wacky game. So I'm looking forward to that. I didn't want any more spoilers than that. And I don't know anything about this Narik Mage game. So looking forward to that as well. All right. Tell you what, I'm a little warm. Let me go get a beverage that is cooler than the ambient temperature of the room, and I'll be right back, and then we'll just jump into it. Whew, don't go anywhere. Okay, I'm back. The fridge isn't far. Got myself a beverage. File sent in DMs, says Narik. Fantastic. Okay. This is the end of a long day of work. So I don't have like the sprightly, straight out of bed, feeling the sunshine energy that I usually do on the Saturday streams. So I gotta do a little bit of waking myself up. Whew. All right, exciting. 5D chess is exciting. We will be on, if all goes well, there's going to be a stream the usual time on Saturday. Again, last weekend, for anyone who didn't hear, I was celebrating my 13th anniversary with my girlfriend, so that was very exciting. And was also an obligation that I could not avoid, committing my entire weekend to. Not that I wanted to, but that's how it goes. But I don't have another anniversary coming up next week. So on Saturday we'll have full day stream, at least 8 hours, the works. Okay. All right. Okay. So what are we doing? I'll repeat what we're doing for the YouTube intro, because that always makes my life way easier. I don't have to edit like a transition and hobble together an explanation for what's going on the YouTube. Let's pull up the game. Graven sent it straight to me. Fantastic. Perfect. Okay. Music on or off? Music on or off? What about this? What about... I want music that's a little bit more Hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't want it to be so chill. Let's try this. This is also pretty chill. Leave the music. Does that mean leave it in or leave it out? What are you trying to tell me, Andre? All right, whatever. I don't wanna fiddle with music. Okay, leave it in. All right, Andre said leave it in. He's the one who played the game, so I'm gonna respect his wishes. He knows how to best frame this game for analysis. Okay, fantastic. I'm guessing that this was a turn 0 game. Let's see. Let's hop into it. Yes. Okay, white is Graven, black is Andre. Standard turn 0. Incredible. Okay. Here we go. No timer. Turn 0. Fantastic. Okay. Today, we are analyzing what is apparently a very exciting match of turn 0 between our very own Graven and Andre, regulars of the channel and of the Discord. You will know them. In this game, Graven is white, Andre is black, and I basically don't know very much else about the game besides that. So super excited to be taking a look at this. I don't want to spoil myself with any details. This is like hot off the presses. This was played maybe like an hour or 2 ago, something like that. So get ready for some fucking crazy 5D chess. Okay. Let me pull up the moves. Here we go. Let me crop this so that I can still see the stream layout. Okay. All right, okay. Great. There we go. Knight F3. So far, not the bombastic, explosive, game that I was promised, but fair enough. It's only move 1. E6. No surprise. Andre loves his E6. All right. Okay. We are off to a start. Hold up. A4. 2 A4 is what I see written on this 5D PGN. Okay. 2. All right. So I've talked about this in like a previous analysis video, but this move is fine. Because, okay, what you want to be doing in turn 0, right? All of us know is that F7/F2 sacrifices are what you sort of have to be cognizant of, right? So your knight F3 defends against a sack along the F file. And so the other sack you have to worry about is along this diagonal, right? So the C pawn is played, the queen comes out to B6, and you get a sack that way, right? So this is an alternative defense against the F7 sack that was sort of one of the first that was birthed back in the, heyday of when F7 first hit the scene. And people were saying, oh, well, the F7 sack isn't a problem. Obviously, this was done on the black side. You're seeing it now on the white side, but whatever. Because if C6 is played, preparing queen B6, then white simply pushes A5, hunky-dory, this square is no longer occupiable by the queen, so there's no sack. Fantastic. Obviously, there are other structural considerations to playing a game like A4. Not that it's weakening necessarily, but when you're playing A4, you're sort of conceding that it's not important to you to... You're not looking for like a bombastic tempo advantage push that outpaces black and sets up an attack that they're going to have to rush to defend against, right? Because if this move is played here, which in the e-pawn structures you generally don't actually want to do because you want to frappuccino this bishop anyway, isn't like you're not too worried about this because your game plan wasn't to play the c-pawn out and bring the queen out anyway. So in some sense, black isn't too worried about this, right? This doesn't mean anything to black. So Andre's gonna just do what he planned on doing anyway. Okay, let's move it along. Knight f6 happens, and then e3 happens. So we don't get this c pawn out, and then this, you know, forcing a5 here, which is an option, I guess. Like if Andre felt that sort of wasting Graven's like extra tempo here was something that he wanted to capitalize on, then he could always push this, even if he didn't have an intention of going through with an f7 sec, just to force out the a5. Because then, you know, you set up a different structure. You set up like a clumsier London structure where you played these two moves, but you played the e pawn out first. So this bishop is a little trapped. So you're sacrificing position for tempo there, which is an interesting trade-off. I think I'm reading too deeply into this. I think Andre just really didn't care. He was cool with that. I mean, after you push this pawn out here, you really do want to get this knight here anyway, because even if you threaten your own diagonal travel that white then has to defend, you sort of leave the door open for maybe some crazy, I don't know, on the f-file sack or something that white can do. So this might not actually even be safe. I don't know, because you didn't play knight f6 on the first turn. Okay, anyway, e3 happens. E3 happens, which is interesting. Okay, so ignoring this tempo loss, we basically have like a e pawn, you know, symmetric opening, which we see all the time. Narik says, I've been getting into crypto. When they talk of mooning, I think of Semet. I didn't know that was a term. What is mooning? Oh, do you mean like to the moon, etc.? Is that what we're talking about? Hey, Chosen One's here. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a minute, Chosen One. We're reviewing a super interesting game between Graven and Andre. I don't know what's interesting about it yet, except 2a4 was played, which, depending on who you are, might be super interesting. Or you might not care, I don't know. But welcome, Chosen One. All right, Andre says I played knight d5 here to prevent knight void with intention of bishop phase. Ah, okay, so next move was knight d5. All right. Knight d5 is an interesting move, actually. I think, I wish I hadn't read that before I speculated myself why knight d5 happened. Elon is literally sending a rocket called Doge 1 to the moon. I was unaware. But yeah, Elon, where are my royalties? Moon first. I was there first. Just look at my chat emotes. All right, knight d5. I really wanted to speculate on this, but already Andre has shed some of his own light. The man himself says, I played knight d5 here to prevent knight void with intention of bishop phase. Okay, not positive what knight void means. Can we copy strike the moon itself? We're pioneers. We can moon first all we like, absolutely. This is interesting. Okay, so I think that this is what has happened. I think that knight d5 here was played. Okay, so you can't just play your e-pawn out with impunity, right? There is actually a danger to playing the e-pawn out before playing knight f6 or, you know, on the white side, knight f3, right? There hasn't been like a super conclusive, like, this is a reason that you can't play the e-pawn out because it falls to this series of forcing moves or whatever. But there is a bit of an issue with, obviously, by playing the e-pawn out first, you're defending against the diagonal sack, right, where you play the c-pawn out and then queen b3, and then you sack along this diagonal, right? The trade-off is that you don't prevent a turn, in this case turn 1 sack, along the f-file. And so how does that actually happen? Well, white moves out their knight, usually threatening either like a sack onto f7, which forces white to play some slowdown, or forces black in this case to play some slowdown moves, either taking it or, you know, leaving the rook for dead and playing out the queen or whatever. And it's a big pain in the butt. So what you can do here to circumvent the knight out, which will be followed in 1 or 2 turns by this pawn being pushed and subsequently this bishop sacking onto f7 on turn 1. If you move this knight out here, then this square is now defended by the queen. So sack along the file no longer works, and indeed white has not set themselves up in this pawn structure to get a bishop out onto this file ahead of the knight. So the fact that this file is totally clear all the way to f7 isn't something that white can capitalize on easily, right? So boring structural tactical reasons for a move that you actually don't see very frequently. So an alternative would be something like knight out here if you really wanted to force through this, except it doesn't work. Why does knight out here not really do anything? Because even in 5D chess, if this knight is, well, okay, so you could still do this, but it would enable black to, it's much less intimidating than this move. For one, you can't deliver a check from this square, knight e5, even in 5D chess, you can't deliver a check. From here, if you really need to, you can deliver a check directly onto e6, right? Like if black delivers a check themselves, then you can take, and then from here, you could deliver a check yourself, etc. But from here, you don't have that option. When you're 3 squares away from the king, you can't 5D or 2D check in any way with the knight. You can still land on f7, but it's easier for black to prevent you from doing that, especially because the f6 square is now open for the queen. The queen has a home here, which is like scary, because you don't actually have like a decisive attack and you've opened up your f file, and if the black queen is out here and your knight's over here, then you're gonna have a bad time. So anyway, prophylactic move. It opens up some other weaknesses, but it covers the potential for white to get a sack onto f7, etc. Okay, so I belabor this point because, well, first of all, we don't see a lot of e-pawn openings, and so there isn't very much like theory developed against it critically in the context of f7 sacks. And so you might see a move like this and think, why the hell would you do this? There's stuff behind the scenes here that is being tended to here. Andre's respecting his opponent's, you know, potential exploitation of this opening, and in a less developed meta, I guess you could say, you might not see a move like this. So that contextualizes knight d5. Okay, knight c3, kicking the knight immediately. All those shenanigans that I talked about, white here is sufficiently convinced, or maybe they just weren't interested in going for such a sack themselves. I think that this makes a lot of sense. Because again, black's opened the f-file, right? And so by kicking this knight, you're basically asking it to either lose tempi by, you know, pulling it back in some direction while developing your own pieces, or to maybe trade to like harm the pawn structure. Actually opening the b file here is probably beneficial for white, so black doesn't want to do that anyway. Although this pawn is isolated, I don't know, I'm unconvinced. But by kicking this knight, whenever you open the f file in 5D chess, it's sort of like in the back of your mind, it should start like an egg timer, where you want to cover that back up before too much development happens in such a way that white can capitalize on the weakness that you've created, which is opening up the f file, right? Because, I mean, it is a surprise to no one who's been playing this game for a long time that the f file is an extreme vulnerability that the game sort of revolves around, at least in the early stages in most games. Let's see in the chat. Crazy figured out a way to hide the founder's badge. Ah, fantastic. Chosen One's confused about why I'd want to do that. Crazy just really likes the little T loyalty badge. He was wondering why he didn't have one earlier. And it's because he had a founder's badge instead. So, one thing I don't like about 5D chess is that a lot of normal chess principles of the opening, don't push A and H pawns, don't move a piece twice, are ignored. But at the same time, it makes it interesting. That is interesting and insightful. When you say what you don't like about it, I think that those are probably pros. I laughs and crow, right? Okay, outside of the fringe 2D openings, right? I think that those aren't inherently detriments to the gameplay of 5D chess. I don't think that that's like a hindrance per se. If by one thing I don't like, you mean you are thrown off by as a person who has studied, the classical theory to a substantial extent, and that's sort of like, that feels wrong to you inherently, that I can understand. There's a lot of those counterintuitive, there's a lot of intuition in classical that is a detriment if you're playing 5D chess. A bit more difficult to take the center when the E pawn is such a liability. That's the thing. I mean, I think that encouraging flank play is really interesting. I think that it sets up, if 5D chess wasn't so deeply tactical, like games where I think that the game of 5D chess is probably long-term, the meta game, is going to head in a direction that is a lot less tactical and a lot more, I guess you could call it strategic or positional or endgame oriented, where once people get better at knowing what the minimum necessary activity is that you need to invest into securing your position against 5D tactics, it'll result in, a lot more, it'll give people the opportunity to, set up for a mid to late game position where pieces get traded off the board. And instead of these, sort of like really explosive dynamic, gambits and counter gambits that happen when both players are just hurling the kitchen sink at F7 and F2 respectively. And one player is sort of faster than the other. You get more like structural positional considerations, which I think will inherently benefit from the unique limitations to 5D chess openings in terms of what Chosen One was referring to here, or Lawnmower even, where, it's difficult to take the center with the central pawns because of the weaknesses it produces for the king, so you have to do a lot more like flank play, and I think that can be interesting, like in its own non-degenerate way, I should say. Anyway, I'm getting too abstract here. Let's turn back to the game. In normal chess, there are also often broken. Oh, the principles are also often broken, is what Andre's saying. Chosen One says, but try being a top 10 normal chess player by ignoring principles? I mean, they're often broken in theory. The only principle completely gone in 5D is center play. Graven says, Naka's a top blitz bullet player, and he's quite unconventional at times. I think that in this age of, rapid and blitz gaining prominence, especially like the digital age of classical chess, not to go on too long at classical, 2D chess tirade here, but I think that a lot more of those volatile and unconventional positions are seeing the light of day, basically. You know, as opposed to your same, like, you know, Berlin, Sicilian Najdorf, etc. Like, you know, these classical positions in like actual classical games rather than like rapid blitz games. Like just today or yesterday, I guess, the Crypto Cup, or whatever, the online event, in I think the first game of Blitz, where Wesley So has black and Magnus has white. Magnus plays the orangutan, right? So like, you know, you see a lot of wacky stuff at like the shorter time controls, and I think that there's a really interesting place for that at like the top level metagame, where the breaking of principles can be done in a very, you know, sort of like principle. You have to master the rules to break them, etc. Right? I think that they lead to really interesting and non-trivially. You know, it's not just like Hikaru Bon Cloud to 3000 or whatever. It's like actual top level games in tournaments with stakes. I mean, I think the prize pool for that was like 2 Bitcoin or something, which is like what, 80 grand or something like that. So anyway, let's keep going. Not ignoring principles is not the same as blindly following them without regard for concrete position. 5D chess has different principles altogether, like don't open the E file. Not altogether. Also, normal chess, castling early is encouraged, and 5D is more dangerous to castle than leave your king in the center. Crazy says, PSA, don't listen to GHXX. Try to talk about quantum mechanics. He puts quantum in front of every word. I mean, I wouldn't say he's at home. You know, I hesitate to put quantum in front of every word, but, you know, we are a quantum-friendly channel in general. But just wait at the chosen one. Wait for what? This game to play out, says Graven. Okay, Graven has teased some stank coming out of this game, and so I don't wanna delay any longer. There's also quantum chess. Pam called me out on that. Okay. We could get, you know, bogged into this argument on like fundamental opening principles in 2D versus 5D forever. Instead of doing that, let's get bogged down in how crazy this game supposedly turns out. Queen e7. Queen e7 makes sense. The vulnerabilities that I just laid out, opening up the F file, you gotta compensate for that, right? And bringing the knight right back is like, you just wasted 2 moves and you're already black, so congratulations. You've all but lost the game. So Queen e7 is a good way to do that. Probably Queen f6 works too, right? Queen f6, really scary from the perspective of whoever's on the other side of you. Granted, the knight's not out on the G file. The knight's all the way over on the D file. There aren't knights to go along with the queen on this side, so it's not very good. But whatever. If queen f6, just knight takes d5. True. What this queen is also doing is, you know, covering the diagonal that will propagate if this e file is ever opened up. So from that perspective, this is a sound move. Okay, great. Knight takes d5 happens. Sure, why not? I mean, only move here if you don't want to lose material is to take back with the e-pawn, right? And basically you've pinned your queen to your king. So, you know, that's no good. Hence the queen move. So this happens. Okay, b3, setting up for this frappuccino. In e-pawn systems, this bishop is an absolute killer. Like the queenside bishop. Yeah, no, like this knight, this queen, and this bishop can plow through more sort of thorough, sound defensive structures than you always anticipate, at least in my experience. Like, I think I'm safe, but then there's some crazy tactical combination of these pieces that opens up the king side. So yeah, you really want this bishop out here, like, as soon as possible in these e-pawn openings. Enjoying the content, very educational. Thanks so much, Chosen. I appreciate it. All right. Is this a reviewed game? Tutor's here. Welcome, Tutor. We are reviewing a crazy game between Graven and Andre. Let's keep moving along. Knight c6. Knight c6 makes sense. These bishops. I don't know what Black's plan is with these bishops. I mean, removal of the e-pawn. This feels bad for Black. I mean, it's a little early to assess, but you know, there are just so many lethal, like, tactical ideas for 5D chess out of the opening that, like, the early tempo is super important. You know, the structure on the board, like in the first 10 moves of the game, really does determine sort of one color's fate versus the other. I think that getting this knight active as early as possible is a really... I think that this is a very intelligent... You know, Andre has identified here that the lack of his kingside knight is a problem. These bishops are difficult. Well, this bishop isn't so difficult to activate. You can always counter Frappuccino. The problem with that, obviously, is you push this pawn, and then this Frappuccino happens, and then you have to, like, push this rook over or something before you can Frappuccino your own bishop. It's an issue. Pushing this pawn opens up this diagonal. That's something that you don't want to worry about. And then you don't want to be locked into, you know, pushing this pawn is nice because it gets the bishop out here, right? But if you push this pawn before this knight moves out, you don't want to be locked into covering this triagonal again in the future. Not that on the next turn, not that white has like a fantastic way of getting on that diagonal, right? Because this crazy pawn chain, or that triagonal, I should say. But, you know, it can be awkward. Like in general in that position, you don't want to give white the opportunity to play a move and then another move with tempo because you're stuck covering the weakness that you just formed in your own structure. So in that sense, this knight move allows you to push the d-pawn and then get the bishop out there. I really don't know. As Black, I would be super worried about like what the hell I'm going to do about king safety here. I mean, it's fine. The king is fine here, don't get me wrong, but probably you're... Okay, I'm going to make a prediction. Again, I haven't been spoiled at all in this game. I don't know what's going to happen, but you look at this structure and you think, my queen's pinned, I don't have a kingside knight to, you know, prevent any like h-file, queen comes out here and sacks shenanigans. You know, f7 is much more open than I would normally like for it to be. So how do I protect my king in this structure? You probably castle. This is one of the rare instances where castling is like positionally appropriate in 5D chess. I think that Black's going to castle this game, which rarely happens, especially not so early. Tudor says, man, the meta's really changed away from developing pieces. When I was young, people play e4 to activate bishop and queen. Yes, the romantic era of 5D chess. Moving a knight 4 times in a row in the opening is meta now. There is a meta opening where you move a knight for the first 4 moves of the game. This is... It's not necessarily super sound, but it is necessarily hilarious. The stupid part is how I can believe you. Stop this e4 propaganda. I don't think I know anyone else who calls fianchetto frappuccino. Nice. That's not me. I got it from Boxbox in the first PogChamps. He called it frappuccino, and I think GM Hess actually like took that and ran with it. I heard him talking in like some of the analysis in the first PogChamps, and he called it a frappuccino after Boxbox, and there we go. The rest is history. Andre, I helped you marginally by teaching how timelines work. You'll have to teach me someday how to get good. Pinned, I don't see it, sorry. Not pinned in the sense that you know, there isn't a literal 2D pin on the board, but this queen can't do much, because if you open up, you know, if this queen ever moves, then obviously the file in front of the king is now open. And so you have a diagonal in time that propagates that you have to close immediately. Otherwise, so for example, if this happens and then this queen captures here, and then it goes back to here or something, then there will be a path to this king that propagates into the future. And in 2 or 3 turns after that exchange happens, pushing this pawn and the next turn pushing this bishop to e2 will be mate. So you have to be really careful about opening up, you know, one of like the early principles that is always ingrained into you in 5D chess is don't keep diagonals, time space diagonals, open to your king. So this queen is pretty much pinned. If you activate it, then that's a huge liability to your structure. You open up like a past checkmate to your king that's super easy to do and super difficult to stop. So that's what I mean. That's that. In order to castle, you probably have to fianchetto, which might be challenging when white has a head start in controlling the long diagonal. I agree with you. That's castling long, which I don't think necessarily has to happen. You can also castle short. You also have to prepare a castle no matter what. Like, in this case, castling short is really difficult, because if white sets up the fianchetto, the frappuccino, if you will, then, like I said, you know, you can't immediately push the pawn to frappuccino the bishop, and you can't exactly activate your bishop the other direction because this queen has to move out of the way, and if the queen moves out of the way, then that's a liability for king safety along this file. So you know, it's difficult. And if you push this rook so that you can push the pawn so that you can fianchetto, then you can't castle anymore, so it doesn't work. So I was predicting a castle long. I don't know, I just feel like that's the way that you get your king to safety here. I mean, it all depends on how white ends up pressuring out of this situation. But I think white set themselves up really nicely for, you know, there's going to be like bishop d3 here, and then h4, and then a knight out, and then the queen out, and then all the pieces converge on f7. Classic e-pawn structure push, right? I see. So tied down to e7. That's what I meant by the pin. It's like a time pin. Well, it's actually a literal time pin. It's not a space pin. It's how it goes. I remember first going to the UK, I understood nothing, even if perfect English grades. Oh, I see. Andre's talking about how he's making analysis videos for 5D chess, which is fantastic. You should check out his channel, 5D Andre. No, my bots won't ban you if you link your own stuff, Andre. I implore you, please. We need more attention on the 5D content that's going out there. Opinions on bishop a3. Bishop a3 is interesting, but I feel like it's one of those one move attacks. You know, in like classical, in 2D chess, you know, tutors and teachers will always warn against single move attacks, so to speak. Basically, you know, if you're doing something just to attack a piece, but it's not actually like a sort of compound attack that brings a lot of pieces together and is substantial, because it can be deflected by like a simple response that your opponent probably wanted to do anyway. Like in this case, black wants to activate this bishop. Pushing this pawn is, I don't see it as too weakening to the structure. So if you go bishop a3, first of all, the long diagonal is much more important to control, right? Second, I mean, the idea is that you're kicking this queen, but after you push this pawn, this bishop gets activated. Not only that, but controlling the long diagonal is like a real pain in the ass for black, because it doesn't allow them to fianchetto. They would prefer to castle short here. And fianchettoing is one of the few ways to make a castle actually safe. You're defending yourself against the anti-castle travel, which is a travel with a queen or a bishop onto the undefended g7 square before the castle happens, so that you're time checking the king on the other timeline after it's castled by positioning your piece on g7 before the king is castled. So, you know, control of this diagonal is like a huge deal. It really does immobilize black in like a major way. So I think that bishop b2 is much better than bishop a3. So I do, let's see. Hold on. That's what Graven played? Well, I'm about to get there. Hold up. I haven't gotten there yet. If bishop a3, then just d6, says Chosen One. I totally agree. Apparently that's what Andre played. You know what? Let's just get those moves on the board. So apparently bishop a3 does happen. Graven's a bit of a hipster. He's like, nah, dude, forget your long diagonal. I see queen, I attack. And I really respect that. d6 does actually happen as a result. So like I just said, this is a fantastically organic way to, flow into the analysis. I don't see how you take advantage of this as white. I mean, maybe you wanted... I think that's a huge tempo loss. I think that the long diagonal bishop is a huge thorn in the side of black here. So I really disagree with not taking it. And if you wanted to take it now, then you basically gave up a tempo allowing black to make a move that they wanted to make structurally anyway. So I don't quite see it. But let's keep going. I typically like it when the opponent does d6. I mean, okay, d6 isn't without its own... d6 also introduces the weakness, right? d6 introduces the weakness of now this triagonal is open, so black is, committed to keeping a piece on c6 essentially. Otherwise they get triagonal mated. The only reason that I don't think that's a massive issue here is that because of this pawn on a5, the queen can't really get here. And you can always play something like a6 because a4 isn't actually like accessible, so they have to go to b5 to get along this triagonal, right? And so a6 is sufficient to like deflect that. So I don't know. But we'll see how it actually works. Interesting. 3 dimensions of space and 1 of time, so a time pin. That's what I'm talking about. But then long castles becomes a move, I see. Yeah, long castle, which I think is probably what black wanted to do anyway. Now, you can't just walk long castle immediately here. Like, you can't activate this bishop out here and then long castle. If you want to activate this bishop, like to f5 or something, you have to push b6 in that situation to avoid, to prevent a queen from traveling onto the undefended b6 the turn before the castle, which will check on the original timeline the king after the castle. The anti-castle travel mentioned a little bit earlier. So you can't like activate and then castle immediately, but long term in the structure, I think that it's a good option. Exactly, single move attacks that can be easily defended are considered hope chests. There we go, from Chosen One himself. To me, bishop a3 was more of a provoke d6 to open b5 to e8. Okay, so Tudor was exactly thinking along the lines of opening up this diagonal. That's why he wanted this to happen. I just don't see how white in the near future capitalizes on that, basically. But it maybe there's an argument to be made, because if you... No, I really don't think that there's an argument to be made, because what you also do here is, like, by doing this, Now, without the bishop on the long diagonal, that basically enables black to take the long diagonal on their own. And castle short, right? There's maybe even, if you do like a g6, bishop b2, to attack the rook and basically force like a rook move, because the bishop can't fianchetto in response. Then maybe there's an annoying... Well, okay, if the bishop is frappuccinoed there, I guess it's actually not so annoying. But I was considering d4 for black out of that position. Because like d4 right now is kind of annoying. You can't take here. Obviously, the pawn is pinned to the king. So what do you do here if this happens? Actually, I don't know. It seems like an annoying move even right now. I mean, it's not black's turn, obviously, but... d4. Taking with the knight is actually a bit of an issue, because it opens up, I think, a tricky... Not quite yet. But soon it'll open up a tricky... travel onto the turn where this knight is no longer on f3. Right? I mean, if knight take, like, you literally can't, like, if d4 here, then you can't take with the knight, because it just loses the knight, because you can't recapture with the pawn. So I guess in response to that, you'd have to play something like bishop b2, but then you allow black to mess with your structure here. Suddenly, this queen on the e-file is actually interesting. Like for the structure. Okay. I'm getting bogged down. We're gonna be here all night. I want to actually get to the end of this game. Gives black an extra tempo. Develop. I want to play d6 anyway. Yeah, I'm with Andre. I wanted to play d6 anyway here. If you leave b7 hanging by moving the bishop right before casting your set of... Yeah, exactly. So average knows about the anti-castle travel. Otherwise, how to develop the bishop? I mean, you can always frappuccino that bishop. Actually, frappuccinoing this bishop here, like on the queen side, is interesting, because suddenly you get a little bit of like a discoverino onto this knight when you push this pawn and then get active with this knight. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Bishop 6. Queen a3. We'll also b7 to agree. True. I still agree, because castle long is so strong. Otherwise, I'd argue d4 is a strong move anyway. Opening future triagonals. Interesting way to look at it. There we go. Also curious about queen b1, b5, b6 or something. Queen b1, b5, b6. Possible. The only issue with the idea of opening up this side and this diagonal and then pushing with the pawns is that by pushing on the queen side, you have given black the option to just develop on the king side, because you're not placing the pressure of this. And then if you play the bishop on the long diagonal later, then you basically just lost a tempo. At least that's how I feel about it. I don't think a queenside castle will hold up to pressure. White has had start pushing their queenside pawns, can eventually play queen b1 to try to target the one turn where b7 is hanging. Yeah, so that's how what I just said was a response to that. Yeah, if that's your primary game plan, then black spread. Like if you're gonna load your pieces onto the queen side the way that it looks like it's going now, then you're probably not gonna castle long. But then you're given the space to castle short, right? Part of the reason to shut down the queen diagonal to b4 so I can play my next move. All right, okay. Let's keep going. Heard that principle before. Much easier to show it than explain it. Play b6 before castling queenside. d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, just loses a knight. Exactly. Again, just normal chess. That's literal 2D tactics. I like bishop a3 more and more to bh. Bishop b5, bishop takes c6, then pawn cube. F8, bishop isn't moving anywhere anyway. Okay. I need to pick up the pace here. What are we doing? Let's see. So bishop a3 happened, d6 happened. d4, haha, okay. So, very good. Graven knows what's up. Graven plays d4 first to assert dominance and also to prevent black from playing d4 because it's actually super annoying. I like d4 here because it fits with the theme of, obviously, you're like loading up on the queen side, right? I don't know if it's good, but it's on theme. Like, it's cogent and relevant to the game plan of bishop a3, right? You play bishop a3, you play, you know, it sort of sets up for d4 here. I think this is good. I think this is pretty good. Moving along, d4. How do you answer? You probably activate the bishop that you just opened up, right? So, is that what Andre does? Bishop g4 does happen. Okay, very good. d4 makes the game completely different. Very interesting move. Yeah, so d4, if you see d4 to the, you know, out of your instinct will be to immediately cringe, right? Oh my goodness, the triagonal is opened. Look at all this, and you don't have any. This is insanity. But how's this queen ever getting over there? The queen is time pinned to the king, right? So that's not how this works. Now this knight is 2D pinned. Okay, this is interesting. How does this play? So what is the plan here? Bishop f5 is what, like, you know, normally the queenside bishop develops to when you're black. G4 here pins. G4 here pins the knight. You're not super afraid of, like, trading this in and then this queen coming out over here as white. You're not, like, too worried about that, probably, this trade, right? I guess what it does is it buys. Okay, so this move, what this move does do is buy black time to set up their king side, right? Because, like, the goal in activating this bishop here rather than f5 isn't necessarily because they plan on sacking here, which I think is actually probably not good. But if you get kicked here, then you just pull the bishop back to somewhere like h5, which actually ends up being quite a nice square for it. And if the double pawn push happens, which is substantially weakening to white's kingside pawn structure, by the way, especially in 5D chess, then you just pull that bishop back to g6. And actually, you're quite happy with it being there because suddenly the queen is unburdened from protecting f7. Also, your light square bishop is quite nice in this strike. It's always gonna, like, peek into this weakness in white's pawn structure, right? So makes sense. Makes sense if the goal of this move is to maneuver it potentially if it gets knocked around to g6 to defend f7. That's quite a journey that this bishop would take if Graven really wanted to push. Like, if h3 g4 happens, you know, I think that's probably what's going to happen to this bishop. Okay. White pawn structure looks artful. I agree with you. The next move, if the next move is c4, I'm getting excited. Black has weakness on light squares, but it's difficult to get the queen to a good light square. I agree with you. That's why I'm not too worried about, like, for example, d6 in this position. If it's black's to move, white can trade off black's light bishop. If white can trade off black's white bishop, it will weaken black's position severely. Trade off for what? The knight, most likely. Yeah, so I really don't think that as black, you're playing this move to try and trade off for this knight. I think that that's a terrible idea. But I don't know. At least I don't see the value to making such a trade. So let's see. Bishop g4 happens. Okay, so we don't see c4, but we do see c3. What do c3 do? What's the idea behind c3? Well, one part of what c3 does covers this triagonal, right? Because we opened up the triagonal this turn, and so immediately we close it. So there's no, you don't have to like worry about some crazy queen shuffle that you might have to deal with, which I wouldn't really be worried about anyway, but that's something. C4 doesn't feel great. I know that Tudor was excited if C4 was the next move. C4 doesn't seem great to me. C4 here, I don't know. I think that's too weakening to White's pawn structure. I think that sending that pawn to the slaughter doesn't really do a ton. I think that you want your B pawn to smack this knight around rather than fix Black's pawn structure and create like a wacky pawn chain here. I don't think that does enough. I like C3 better than C4. If that knight's traded, F2 has to be forever guarded by the queen. D4 needed defended or scary tactics. I feel you. D4 needs to be defended for sure. Knight takes D4 is still a pain in the ass with this knight pinned to the queen, right? So that's an important observation. So extra defender on the D pawn, solid. I think that's fine. As White, actually, well, normally you really love to play H3 as White because it prevents any like knight shenanigans from hopping in here, but there's no knight on the king side anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. Takes a little bit of space, forces Black to move the bishop again. I don't know. H3 probably feels okay here, but again, if H3 had happened, then knight takes here is actually super annoying. Probably take with the queen, and then this trade happens, and then you open up the G file, and maybe that's not the end of the world. Hold on. Are there tactics afoot? If you played something like H3, can this knight take here immediately? Probably not, right? Probably not. Takes, bishop takes, and then queen here, and then queen sacks in the past. Is that lethal? That might actually be dangerous. Knight, I know I'm kind of going down the rabbit hole here, but here, well, okay, takes here. Oh, you know what you can do actually? Oh no, wait, you can't, that doesn't work because after this trade here, this queen on D4 defends H4, so that entire line doesn't work. So never mind, there's no queen sack to worry about. Sorry, I've been working on my 2D chess visualization, so going deep down these like tactical lines, I'm pretty slow at. Actually, that's pretty bad for Black, because if this takes immediately like this, then this threatens mate in 1 here, A5. After takes here, C6 has to be played immediately. Otherwise, A5, queen A4 is mate. Something like that. Let's see. Oh my god, chat is popping off. It's so hard to keep up with chat. Is knight's plan here, knight A5, C5? I don't think that Black's thinking about anything like that yet. Hopefully I didn't miss much. You really didn't. We're moving at a snail's pace. There's just so much to say about the position. It's really interesting. Yeah, bishop takes, G takes was really bad. If Black takes the knight, White could consider doubling down and doing something insane, like a queenside castle themselves, bring all their pieces to the queenside. If black takes the knight... Oh, if black takes the knight, white could consider doubling down and doing something insane on queen's side. Castle themselves, bring all their pieces to the queen's side. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know, man. I don't want to castle into this queen side as white. I think that my king is pretty happy where it is. That seems kind of nuts. Black has mate threats, traveling a queen to e3 on this board. Black has mate threats, traveling a queen to e3 on this board. Black has mate threats, traveling a queen to e3 on this board. Well, you certainly can't recapture, right? If a queen is on e3 on this board, then takes, and this is mate, and also you've got other issues, so you definitely don't do that. Again, if you have a singly defended piece, if you have a singly defended pawn on a in line with the king, then there are always travel tactics there. Like, this is a problem because takes means mate, but you don't takes. You probably like block with this bishop or something, and then takes, and then you take here. If tries to force through, then you take with the queen, right? And this back rank is defended with the rook. I don't know that e3 on this board is actually an issue. I don't get it. Unless I'm missing something. The d4 pawn is defended 4 times. True. d4 on lock. White can take once and block with queen e2. After that, queen is pinned. Oh, oof. Would be good without pin. Can't play g takes because of tactics on the queen h4 idea. Bro, it's only a quarter of the game. I know. Okay. What? Maybe I have to ignore chat. Let's keep going. Okay. We're like a quarter of the way into the game. Okay. C3 happens. I mean, covers here. You know, deep pawn is covered, etc. Okay. Bishop takes f3 does happen. Okay, this I didn't expect. Reasons to make this trade. Well, it opens up h4 for your queen, so there's travel shenanigans afoot, but generally it's actually not too big an issue in a position like this. I wouldn't be too worried about that. I don't know. I didn't expect this. It doesn't seem good. The queen just recaptures. And indeed, that's what happens in the game. Queen h4. Indeed, that's what happens in the game. Queen g3. The response is queen g3. The response is queen g3. Now, give me just 1 second to figure out why the response is queen g3. Why is the response queen g3? Looks like only move. I mean, queen g3 here does prevent on any timeline that's created the queen from hopping into h4 and mating, right? So I guess there isn't anything else that actually defends that here. I mean, there always is something else. Like if a sack happens, there was a knight here anyway, right? So you can just do, especially because there was nothing on, like this isn't the only defense. This is the only defense on this board. But sometimes you can allow this sack because all you have to do is travel back to a board where this knight was here, and then it like recaptures anyway, but I guess black can always threaten this knight and like kick it off and prevent it from jumping over and recapturing on f2 if that sec actually happens. I don't know. Okay. So obviously this is the idea behind all of this, right? This travel here. So this is a classic setup where you have a bishop eyeing down. Normally, this mating setup happens with the long diagonal fianchetto bishop looking at the f-file knight, where you sack on f2 or f7, whichever is relevant. In this case, it's f2. Only move is king takes. Then you check with the bishop by capturing the knight, which the queen just recaptures. But of course, this knight was playing the critical role of defending h4, which is the mating square then for the queen, right? And so what this queen does here on g3 is, if this travel happens, then after king takes, bishop takes, queen takes, the second timeline has caught up to here, and the mating move queen h4 can't actually happen because the queen on g3 on this board defends h4 on the other board, right? So I know that is, I'm very aware that happens. I just wonder in positions like this if there is a different move that sets up for a mate that black can't prevent if their mate takes too long, because you're not actually mated when this sack happens from this queen. It's not like the game's over, because you can just travel to this board here, and do something, and then this knight will recapture on f2 on the other board. You know what I mean? So that's all I'm saying. Andre's saying, bro, look at the time travel, select queen, see where it goes. Okay, we went over what is being threatened and why this is a response to that. I was wondering if there was a different response that was more critical of this attack, of the sufficiency of this attack. But I guess actually the fact that there's a queen, where would white travel? White would travel, so this happens here. So white, so this is, it's now white's turn on this board. So you can't actually go here because this bishop will just take this knight. So you have to go to this board. And actually the fact that there's a queen and no e-pawn is annoying, because black can always deliver this check to the king. So I guess the fact that there's a queen on e7 and no e-pawn for black means that white doesn't actually have other options, which is kind of crazy. So anyway, so if you want to avoid making a timeline of your own to defend, queen already defends h4. Bruh, okay. Let's take a moment here. I am fully aware that the point of this queen on g3 is to defend h4 on the other board. What I'm saying is, what if instead of that, you could do another move that would enable you to do something else with this queen instead of move to the other board to prevent the game from being over, so that then you as white threaten your own mate on this board, because this diagonal, you know what I'm saying? And you know, you can like deal with that mate threat in other means that enable you to use this queen to end the game on this board, like immediately, if black's attack doesn't pan out. I think that it doesn't actually work because this e file is open. Basically, Smet's asking, is queen takes d5 safe? basically what I'm asking is queen takes d5 safe? Now in this case I think no, because the way that these bishops are positioned, you can't really travel with anything if queen takes d5 happens. But I mean, that's like the idea of what you have to ask yourself, right? In this position as white is, you know, in this case it's kind of clear because the only thing you can travel with after queen takes d5 is the queen, and you want, you know, the reason that you would play queen takes d5 instead of queen g3 is because next move, pretty much, if this queen is gone, then queen e4 is mate, right? That's what I'm saying. Queen takes d5, free pawn. Queen takes d5 doesn't work. I mean, it could work because you can still travel 5 turns back with the queen. But the only problem is that the pieces are positioned in such a way that black can always either take this knight or threaten to take this knight or provide a check on the turn where you would be defending from your own timeline. So it doesn't actually work, which is a shame. Another pet peeve I have about 5D chess, that almost all tactics involve setting up an intricate mate in the time dimension. Almost no tactics involve winning material in classical chess terms. I would disagree, Chosen One. I think that actually the most interesting positions are where you use 5D threats to win 2D material, which I think happens a lot at the highest level in these really complex mid and late games, which don't happen super often. But I think that the better that people get at 5D chess, the more of that like positional, you know, piece winning and piece exchanging will be a thing, rather than every game being decided by like a complex succession of like, I do travels on f7 and f2, you do travels on f7 and f2, and then like the game is over based on whoever, you know, was faster or whatever. That's because you don't play princess. Don't talk to me about princess. You can't trade off these queens though, it's losing. Yeah, trading queens is terrible here. Yeah, I think that if you're Andre and you realize that g3 is playable, queen g3 as a defense, you don't do this in a million years, because all it's done is set up like okay, when I said this queen was pinned, I wasn't messing around. Like, this queen did not want to move off of e7 because now it's really difficult for him to recover this diagonal with any other piece. You know, suddenly you've like committed your knight to, you know, sacrificing on the square or something absolutely crazy. You know, or I don't even know how you cover up this diagonal. Like, it's a big problem, right? That makes sense. Compared to normal chess, threats of checkmates are much more numerous. Exactly. At Envuja, IMHO, a lot of the positional strategic element of chess is lost. I think that it's not lost. 5D chess doubtless is more tactical because tactics are more potent. I think, though, that the destiny of the metagame is that people will get comfortable with seeing and preventing those tactics better. And that the more, you know, deep, beautiful positional aspect of the game will shine through. I just think that it's more volatile out of the opening, and if you don't know what you're doing, then, you know, you get short, crazy tactical games, which isn't a bad thing, but, you know, I understand if you're looking for some depth, some strategic depth, how that could be sort of disheartening, but I think that it's there, I promise. Still tend to think white has no winning strategy. Any player can exile the kings before checkmate. I hate that. I think exiled kings is bad. That's not what we're doing in this video, though. We're just going to keep going with the game. I did not intend on this to take this long. I'm going to have to cut some of it down for the YouTube, but let's go. Let's go. Okay. So, for aforementioned reasons, queen g3 is good because it enables a defense of this h4 square from the original timeline without any extra timeline creation being necessary, which is very good in this situation because in order to make this attack possible, the black queen has abandoned her post on e7, has opened up the file, and so there's going to be a diagonal in time that goes directly to this king. Open for white. So all white has to do really is push this pawn in a few turns and then play bishop e2, and then they win the game. So, okay. We're getting off track. Andre realizes this. Had he realized this earlier, the man said himself he would not have played bishop h4. Or, sorry, queen h4. So, how do you save face? Queen e7. Andre says, nope, never mind. I was just kidding. I take it all back. We're going back home. Queen was out for a smoke break. Came back to e7. Queen f4 happens. Queen f4 happens immediately afterward. Queen f4 makes sense. Queen f4 makes sense because it prevents the queen from ever hopping back into h4. It occupies the f file, and it potentially sets up for I mean, I don't think there's really a lot to be said about queen f4. I think queen f4 makes a lot of sense. The Chosen One says, I play a lot of 2D chess variants. My least favorite are ones where one bad move loses on the spot, like Atomic Chess. I get a lot of that vibe in 5D chess. There is a lot of that in 5D chess. I think that if you aren't a fan of that and you are okay with digging a little deeper, I think that there's like a beautiful, rich, like undergrowth under all of that like arid topsoil in terms of like the strategic planes of 5D chess. Look at travels to f7 on the board a few moves back. When white queen on f3 and black queen on h4, the hole was still there. When white queen on f3 and black queen on h4, the hole is still there. If I play queen takes queen, I just wait and... Oh, no, for sure. If this black queen goes back to e7, this move doesn't actually defend against the diagonal mate on this king, right? Like, yes, it goes back to its post, but by now, the sort of mating square in time that leads directly back to this king in the past is, so the hole opens up here. On this turn, the hole is here. So if there was a white bishop or queen here, then, that would be checking the black king in the past. So that will continue to propagate. Black has to do something about that. Black has to either like sack a piece or check white on the proper turn, or black now has a problem because if they don't do anything, then pawn push in like 2 or 3 turns from white, followed by bishop b2, wins the game. So black has screwed themselves. Queen f4 is setting up to attack the 1-turn opening where f7 was attacked and completely undefended. Averages say, yeah, okay, so queen f4 does also set up a f5, f6. Okay, so queen f5 does threaten, or sorry, queen f4 here, keeping the queen on the f file does now introduce the weakness of the queen can go to f7 on this board and immediately soft mate the opponent, right? It's not undefendable against, but it's a huge pain in the ass for black. So black now has a lot of problems. There's this diagonal, which is mate on the board. There's the time travel to this board. This board, black created this board for white, which a queen here is like fatal. So that's an issue. Okay. Queen f4, very good move for all of those reasons. Where am I? I keep losing my place. Okay, g5 happens. g5 kicks the queen off of f4. Why is that a good move? Well, first of all, where does it kick this queen to? If the queen goes to f3 here, black hasn't actually solved either of the two issues that I just laid out, which are the travel to f7 on this board, or the diagonal mate, which is still coming and coming very quickly. It does... Like, what do you do after queen f3 here? I guess g4. But is white okay with that? Hold on. g4, and then f4 here, and then don't you get the sack onto this board? Hold on. Where does this queen go? If queen f3 happens, then next turn we have f4. Oh, the queen actually blocks itself from traveling immediately afterward, right? Oh, so actually I think that does prevent the sack onto this board. Which is beautiful. Right. Because if white were to travel this turn, then they would be on f6, which means that next turn they have to travel from this square, right? Or the following turn they have to travel from here, so... Two turns from now they would have to travel from here. So if queen f3 happens, then g4 similarly kicks the queen off because it has to sack from that square in the past. It's actually not even a square. Or it's not even a sack because it's just soft made on the spot. So g5 here, okay, g5 here prevents the queen from staying on the square, which means that this travel next turn is impossible. And if you just move back one turn, or if you just move back one square, then the pawn push prevents the pawn push next turn will similarly prevent the queen from hanging out on f3 for just a square, so for just a turn. Can't speak tonight. So this pawn push is 5-head. That's what I'm saying. That deflects that threat, but the threat that it doesn't deflect is the diagonal mate. Right? So I don't know what's going on there. I don't see what black's plan is. Black has to sack a queen to prevent that from being mate, right? So e7, e6, e5. So white has to push this pawn, not this turn, but next turn. I would probably play queen g3 here. I would probably play queen g3 here because it would be really annoying if this pawn was pushed. Well, okay, if you go back and then this pawn push happens, then if mate is threatened, I think the line that I was thinking doesn't actually work. So I'm gonna stop calculating it. If white ever plays e4, queen takes e4 is still a thing. Yeah, that's true. E4 can't happen before e4 can't happen before the bishop move happens. So I guess actually you want to play bishop b2 before you push e4. In which case white would want to play bishop b2 here, actually this turn. But then you lose the queen. So that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? So Actually, black is okay here. Hold the fuck up. Black is okay here? Okay, wait. So if you want to push this next turn, you can't push this without playing this. So actually, if white wants to take advantage of the diagonal mate here, white wants to play bishop e2, but then g takes f4 happens, and then if you push the pawn here, then you get queen takes e4, and next turn the queen can sack into the bishop and prevent the mate from happening? Wow! How did this happen? This is crazy. How did this happen? Play it out? Okay, let's look at the moves. How is black okay here? What the fuck? Taking advantage of the fact that the black queen was not on e7 for one turn? Yeah, no, for sure. Like, definitely what you're doing as white, as soon as this queen was off of e7, you're fixating on the fact that now you have a win that you have to play towards. But I think that okay, what I would have played here is actually queen takes f7, I think. Because either the king moves out here, in which case either the king recaptures, obviously it checks the king in the past, so you have to recapture the queen immediately. So either the king recaptures here, in which case there is a diagonal mate that propagates now that they have to worry about. And so you can play this bishop move that then allows... Oh no, sorry, it's not timed. Hold on, I actually think that doesn't work. Because if you play next turn, you can't play bishop out here. If king takes f7, then this becomes too late to mate, right? Which is the reason that this is safe for black in the first place, is that it forces bishop here this turn. So if pawn takes, then push, then queen sack happens. So it doesn't quite work. Never mind. I was thinking you force the queen to defend like two diagonals at once, which you can't do, but actually that doesn't work. So you don't have time. So never mind. Okay. Ignore what I said. Let's play this out. G5 happens. Bishop e2 happens because this is the only turn on which white can actually take advantage of this propagating time diagonal, the hole that was created by this erroneous queen h4 play that doesn't actually lead to anything. How could this have been avoided? I guess this is the reason that queen f4 wasn't good. Queen f3, I guess, was the answer here. Queen f3 is probably winning, right? Because then in order to stop it, black has to sack a queen, and then you're up a queen in a position where the king side is totally like wide open, and so you just win, right? Because actually the queen sack doesn't... If the queen sack is necessary and there's a white queen that exists, then the white queen can just go on the diagonal and win, right? So I think that queen f3 was better. Queen takes f7, check, pre-move, bishop e2. Yeah, I think that's one turn too late, so I think it doesn't work. Crazy says, lol, my friend said you were one of his physics TAs at Stony. Who's your friend? Don't distract me with that right now. We have so much game to get through. How did this happen? I want to do more on the stream. What am I doing? Okay, let's see what happens. Bishop e2 is necessary here. And so obviously as black, you recapture this immediately, right? You pre-move, g takes f4. Yes, that's what happens. e4 happens. Now there is a check. Okay. So next turn, not white's next turn, but the turn after that, this bishop will be attacking this king, which is a problem. So what the fuck does that mean? That means that black has to intervene, right? And so queen takes e4 is the only reasonable way that I see that can happen. I mean, it looks like black is up a queen, but indeed they're not, because this queen is forced to take this bishop next turn. Otherwise, black loses. So what does white do? Well, unless you want to open your own, this is still bad for black because the file is open, obviously. So the king has to, unless you want to open your own diagonal down the e file as white, you need a piece that can recapture this bishop. So rook a2 is basically the only move here. And rook a2 is played. Okay, so Graven sees this. Graven plays rook a2. Queen takes e2 happens. Rook takes a2. e2 check. And now this is a massive problem for black because white still has a bishop. So now the game plan for white is to somehow capitalize on this open diagonal. The game plan for black is to somehow close this diagonal. It looks like black is up a piece, but black is also in trouble. They probably have to sacrifice a piece to actually close this diagonal, right? Which is kind of crazy. This is wacky. Okay, wow. We're only halfway into this game. We are less than halfway into this game. Oh my God. Okay, so it looks like black is up a piece, but they have to sacrifice a piece to cover this time diagonal to close up the e file. And indeed, what immediately happens is knight e5, which is fantastic. D takes e5. Makes sense. You want the material back, right? And so after d takes e5, long castle happens. Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is so cool because I abandoned the back rank. He says Graven. That was a crazy exchange. There was, I cannot imagine. I don't know how much time this took. This was a timed match. This was medium timer. To think that, like, as soon as f4 happened, I think that this position was winning for white. Not that I knew back when we were on turn 12, right? This position was winning for white, and f4 enabled this defense for black, which somehow simultaneously covers, man, g5 is like double exclam, because it covers both the travel here and also enables this double queen sacrifice to stay alive in the endgame. And it's even material is what's crazy after this. Like, I mean, these players they're not just gonna let, like, you know, mates in one hang, or like, you know, these empty king diagonals to propagate in time. So like, it's obvious that these material sacrifices happen. But man, what insane, like, calculus to get to this position, right? This has been nuts, and it's only half of the game. This took a lot of time. He came out with like 2 minutes and I had 6. Okay, we are now down to blitz and we're halfway into the game. Do you want bishop takes g1 anyway? Bishop takes g1 anyway, for softmate type nonsense. Bishop takes g1. What's going on with bishop takes g1? When did that happen? How does that happen? I failed to see how bishop takes g1 is a thing. Yeah, I remember like 40 seconds against 5 minutes. Wow. Bishop takes g2 back in time to the board where I still have a queen. I see. And then rook g1. Black still has a huge problem of c7 hanging before the queen. Okay, so. Okay. So, this castle happens, which makes sense. You want any semblance of king safety, and in a world without, you know, knights or queens, when it's down to this endgame, you do this. You do this king travel. or sorry, this long castle. I'm beyond words. You castle long. Because castling short opens the diagonal. That's the thing that you don't want to do. Now, I mentioned earlier, if b7 is undefended, or rather c7, because you only have a bishop, you can't castle safely. Why is that the case? Imagine for a moment that somehow this bishop gets on this file, c1, forever from now, and then maybe pushes c4, something like that, and then sacrifices onto the undefended c7 of this board, right? Suddenly, we are now in a position where whatever black does, there's a bishop on c7 on this board down here that is attacking this king in the past that is soft mate. And c7 is undefended, so there isn't like a move on this board that defends against that. There has to be some crazy time travel, you know. So this is why you know, you have to sanitize the area before you actually do a castle, or you have to deal with it afterward, which, seeing how many turns there are left in the game, I'm sure that the players deal with this. But this is a consideration for those who are unfamiliar, and it will contextualize whatever happens next. Let's see. Okay. Am I right? Because the board, we both had these ideas. I like that quite a bit. Feels like it gets quite a bit of time. Yeah, also I had G2, time travel idea, 7 moves, rather long time there. Yeah, so there are ideas where this bishop travels onto G2 in the past. Let's see. Yeah, like a bishop travel onto G2 here is actually pretty killer. Or at least very stressful for the black player. Yeah, like bishop takes G2 here on this board. And then what? Probably like rook G1 or something. And then a queen sack, takes only move, knight check, and then, you know, something happens, and then bishop here is mate. So there are some really tricksy ideas here for black. It's not like they have no counterplay. I wouldn't see how to defend bishop takes G2 on that board. Yeah, looks spooky, right? So let's keep going. Again, there are lots of turns left in the game, so clearly these players see this. And this is why we're analyzing this ridiculous game right now, right? So, castle long. Sorry. Castle long. E takes D6 happens. Okay, so E takes D6 makes sense. Why does E takes D6 make sense? I mean, I don't need to explain why this makes sense, right? You grab a pawn, otherwise you're gonna get grabbed and fix black's pawn structure. Obviously taking with the pawn is an issue here, so you probably have to take with the bishop or the rook. Also, the more time that you can kill for white, basically all white wants to do here is kill time so that they can travel to c7 on this board. Like, this is probably white's game plan right now, right? Is travel to c7 here, win the game. Okay, so that would be that would be an issue. Let's see. Rook takes is mate. You're not wrong. Sonoy says, oh, hi. Hey, Sonoy, how's it going? What's up? We're analyzing a super interesting game here. Is rook takes mate for any... Do you just mean that if rook takes, then you're guaranteed to travel? I missed this. Okay, fantastic. Oh my god, how did I not think of this? Okay, what's amazing here is that rook takes d6, as chat has pointed out, is immediate loss because Rook e8 checks this king in the past, and e8 is undefended, and you immediately lose the game. I mean, it looks pretty bad anyway, because, you know, he takes here and then rook here, and then what happens? Like, you just bring the rook back, right? Which maybe doesn't seem terrible, but I don't know. It's not fantastic. So, takes with the rook here. I guess you might be tempted to do this. You probably want to kick this bishop anyway. I don't know. But if you wanted to do this, then you would lose the game immediately. So very good. Fantastic. Pawn takes is clearly madness. I mean, then you don't even have to worry about the travel, the anti-castle travel, although it does win sooner. You can just push this pawn and bring this bishop back and then win the game. I spent a lot of time figuring if I wanted bishops off, because your travels are bad for me. That's true. Black's got the counterplay. The issue here that white faces is, so yeah, white travel onto here is soft mate, but black's travel to this board is a turn earlier, and this knight recaptures on that other board. So if white travels bishop c7 happens on this board, then that timeline comes down here. If then black travels to g2 on, let's see, this board, then it's white's move here, and they have to basically rook g1 is forced, and possibly the situation is losing for black anyway because of these pieces. But in addition to that, like the next turn, this knight recaptures the anti-castle traveling bishop 2 boards down. So that's a problem for white. Like, they're playing for that win, but also black has like an earlier win, so it's a problem. I see how c takes d6 eventually loses. Bishop takes d6, the obvious move. Well, if this loses immediately and this loses in a little bit, then I think it's safe to say bishop takes is basically the only move, which now gives white the opportunity to trade the bishops off the board, which might actually be a good decision. I can't imagine making that decision under time pressure. That is absolutely insane. Like, the players are already under 5 minutes, one of them possibly under 1 minute at this point, which is crazy, right? So here you have a decision. Okay, hold on. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. E takes d6, bishop takes d6 happens. Now as white, you weigh the options. You don't have very much time to do so. As white, I would definitely trade off this bishop, given the analysis of the anti-castle travel not working, because there's a knight here that recaptures, and the bishop travel 2 turns earlier is actually probably more winning for black than your travel is winning for white. So I think that trading is the right move. Is this what we see in the game? This is what we see in the game. Wow. What a crazy game. Okay, I wasn't in time to do g2 travel after bishop takes d6. That's good to know. So actually, that wasn't forced here. It looks like, where's that travel was onto this board. So g3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, after this, it takes 2 turns for the black bishop to go back to g7. So that travel actually isn't even an option. Very interesting. I mean, in light of that news, I probably wouldn't have traded. Wow. Crazy. Okay. Maybe something like bishop takes c6 and just bishop c1. Yeah, so, okay. Andres pointed this out very astutely. Bishop c1 is now, I think, the better play, because now you have the anti-castle travel, and black probably needs to like sacrifice a piece to do anything about it. But I mean, in the moment, you don't want to lose. I mean, the pawns are, I mean, you're down a pawn. Probably it looks better for black if you trade the bishops off. But if you thought that you were going to lose with the bishops on, if you didn't think about that, then in the moment I can see how you would snap the decision off to trade the bishops. I don't think anyone's going to blame you there. Anyway, let's not speculate any further. This is what happens. I think that bishop c1 here was better because it allows the anti-castle travel and probably costs black a piece to prevent that from happening. So let's see. What about bishop g7 instead of bishop takes c6? That's a good question. Okay, hold on. So what's been said here? Okay, Tutor's proposal is, what about bishop g7 to enable that travel rather than actually doing anything about this pawn? I think that that's not good because white can force a check here that prevents that travel from happening. I mean, again, this is all in hindsight, right? Knowing the options that are available to both players. If bishop g7 here, then I think you play d7 check, and then you're just in time to push c4, and then bishop c1 two turns later will enable the anti-castle travel 3 turns later. Yeah. Bishop c7 threatens bishop c3. Bishop a1. Bishop g7 does threaten bishop takes c3, but okay, hold on. I think I'm rushing through what is, if king takes d7, bishop e7 mate. That's definitely true. But I think the rook probably takes there, no? After d7 check. If rook takes, rook e8 mate. Wait, rook e8 mate doesn't work. Hold on. If this bishop is out here, then if bishop g7 is played here, then this rook defends e8, so that doesn't work. So rook takes is possible after d7 check. So rooks connect. Yeah. Why does no one trust me? No, there is. Okay. So hold on. Are there enough checks here to prevent? So there is an issue with what I said a little bit earlier, and the issue is if bishop g7 happens here, then after d7 check and then any move, then c4 actually hangs mate in 1. Bishop a1 becomes passed mate, and that I didn't consider. So the travel is no longer possible, but then I don't see how white sets up the travel because they have to push this pawn like that turn, don't they? Where's the anti-castle travel turn? It's onto this board. So okay, c7, c6, c5 is here. So c4 needs to be pushed not this turn, but next turn. So the pawn needs to be pushed here. So if after takes here, this goes here, then you have d7 check, and then immediately after you have to push the c pawn, but that hangs mate in 1, so you can't do that. Still play d7 check? You can. Hey, thanks for the follow, RealGHXX. Appreciate the support. Hope you enjoyed the stream. was about time. Cheers. uh, hmm. If white had an extra turn, then white could then bishop g7 here would be winning a piece for white. Like if the anti-castle travel turn was one turn later, then white could afford like d7 check and then castles, and then the back rank is defended. And this bishop can no longer travel because the check delayed the bishop by a turn. And then you push this c pawn here, and then you have the mate, the diagonal mate. That moment when you're subbed but not followed. Thanks again for that. Well, enjoy. Glad to see you around, man. There's also short castle left for white. Yeah, white can still short castle, but there isn't time. Can you show g2 travel board and slowly move to the present? Sure, why not? Okay. The g2 travel board that we're talking about is here. So we have g2, g3, g4, g5, g6. g6 on this board. Let me make sure I did that right. g2, g3, 4, 5, 6. So if this turn it's on g7, then check happens, then takes, then you need another check to prevent the g2 travel from happening, which you can do with the rook, but rook takes and then white's in check. That's not very good. So bishop g7 wouldn't be forced mate, but anxiety inducing under time pressure. I agree with that. How is it possible that I've spent 2 hours on this game, but I feel like I've given it half the time that it needs for a full analysis? Now I think I'd just find a Jurassic square on the E file. And do what with it? Granted, at this point, Graven's got like 4 minutes up and Andre's got like less than a minute to go, right? Wow, this position is crazy. Seriously, go back to the beginning? Okay, so what Graven is saying is, his game plan, had all of that happened, would have been to get a rook onto the E file somewhere and take advantage of the literal queen pin onto the king. The square on which you do that is actually unclear. Okay, E4 and E5. All right, you can't do it on E4. You can do it on E5, but then where do you go? E5 here? Okay. Oh my god, E5 is open the entire game, right? No, hold on, sorry, E5 isn't. E5 is not open. And neither is E4. Okay, you can't quite Jurassic. But you can capture this queen. Which is crazy. Queen takes here. Or rook takes here, and then this bishop takes. And I don't think you can defend against diagonal mates, but that's going to be too many turns. That's going to be too many turns. Wait, why? Graven was white. Andre was black. E2 is really nice Jurassic. E2 is... how you can't Jurassic? What do you mean? E2's occupied the entire game. I was always thinking about these things. Bishop g7 was a good idea here instead of bishop takes pawn. I think bishop takes g7 was actually winning for black, because it generates a threat that white doesn't have time to answer before. It's like exactly what happened earlier. Like bishop g7 in this position, similar to like g5 in the other position, generates, I guess it's kind of similar to the idea of like threat levels in classical chess, where you are posing a more urgent threat to your opponent than the one that's maybe less mercurial, but will happen a little bit later than the threat that you're generating, so that they no longer have the option to do that. You like force them to abandon their option because, sorry, you force them to abandon their option because they have to address your option. That's kind of nuts. Maybe everyone meant e7. Okay, hold on. So if like bishop g7 here, then e7, and then if the travel happens, actually e7 is a problem because then bishop here, e7 is a problem. We're like rook e7 here. Like if you do it immediately, if you don't do it immediately, actually you have one more turn. Sorry, you have one more turn before the bishop takes g2 travel happens. So you actually don't have to do it immediately. You can do it the turn after. So maybe you could do something like bishop g7 and then castles. But then there's an anti-castle travel that you're not covering. This game is crazy. What is happening? Okay, where could it actually go? Okay, e7 could go back as long as the bishop's there, and especially the knight on c6, it doesn't seem fantastic, e7. But I mean, you grab a queen, that's always good. So when could you grab the queen? You could grab the queen here. Once your queen is already off the board, which isn't ideal, but I don't know. That doesn't seem fantastic either. I don't like any of the rook Jurassics. Like you don't win you don't go up a queen. You're still even in queens, and you lose a rook in this ridiculous endgame. And I don't think that you can force a win on the other board. So I don't agree. I don't think that Jurassic is good here. Rook takes queen in the past doesn't work if you give a check. I know it doesn't. I looked at it. It didn't work because I grab it on the board where I just lost my... Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work because he grabs it. If that was like... If he could grab the queen the turn before he lost his own queen or whatever, then that's fantastic. It's better than immediate loss. I mean, it survives. It survives. But yeah, I think bishop g7 actually was the play there. That's crazy. I don't think bishop g7 equals immediate loss. I don't think bishop g7 equals immediate loss. Either. But I think it looks pretty bad. Man, okay. There are so many rabbit holes here that I've already spent 2 hours on this. I went live today to generate YouTube content, but who's gonna watch like a 3-hour analysis of this ridiculous game? I mean, I would. Let's keep going. With bishop on c3, I don't think so either. What about bishop g7, d takes c7? Bishop g7, d takes c7. D takes c7? Wait, what's the problem with that? Because bishop c7, like, okay, bishop g7 bishop g7, d takes c7, and then bishop takes c3 check, and you either move the rook, which is mate, or you move the king, which is mate, or you move the bishop, which doesn't work because the king is still checked. You can't castle, so So that loses. D takes c7 loses immediately to the bishop check here because bishop a1 is mate. So, okay, so that doesn't work. D takes c7 loses immediately, forced loss. After d takes c7, rook d7 is fine for. After d takes c7, if d takes c7 after bishop g7, white loses on the spot. Can we just accept that, right? King moves to d2. What? If after bishop c7, the king moves to d2. Wait, hold on. What? If after bishop c7, which bishop is going to c7 and why and when? Do you mean... He's saying bishop g7, king d2. Oh, okay. He's saying bishop g7, king d2. Bishop g7, king d2. Bishop g7, king d2 sucks. Because you open the diagonal, right? No, not what I meant. How does it lose on the spot? It loses on the spot because bishop takes and the king doesn't have a good flight square. Bishop g7, king d2. That looks terrible. Why would you do this? So on king d2, what do we think? Rook takes d3. There's nothing on d3. What is happening right now? Hold on. Bishop g7, d takes c7. Okay, if bishop g7... No, okay. So what Sonoy was suggesting was what I thought he was suggesting, and the problem is that it's not a legal move. Sonoy was suggesting if after bishop g7, if d takes c7, then if in response to bishop takes c3 check, you have king d2, the idea is that then the rook covers the back rank, so that mate is no longer allowed. The only problem is that moves the king into check, so that's the problem. Yeah. Oh, bishop takes c3. Okay, so average is just seeing the bishop takes c3 stuff. Doesn't lose on the spot because exile. Nuri, get out. Get out. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's move on. This is so insane. I'm going to be looking at this game for so long after this stream, but we need to get to the end. We're still like halfway into the... Who's this Kieran and how can I learn from them? Kieran is Narik tutor. He's a pro league player. He's a fellow pro league player. So yeah, there's a lot that we can all learn from him. Narik is Kieran backwards, so I've outed you. Sorry Narik. Okay. Yeah, he is the champion of the exile. He's like obsessed with exile. It's just a life skill. I think people need to learn how to exile. Okay. Listen, this game's not over. It goes for many more turns. We are halfway into this. We are halfway into this game. We're halfway into this game. Okay, everyone, no more. I'm cutting us off. We're halfway into this game. Bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, and after, recaptures with the rook, rook takes d6. We are now in a 2-rook versus 2-rook endgame. This is fantastic. Okay. Rook endgames are so ridiculously complex in 5D chess. First of all, every single time a king moves, suddenly there's a new square onto which any rook can deliver mate, unless you cover up the tracks of the king with a piece of your own, probably a rook, which is crazy. Every single square on the board is now a potential. You have to remember like every position that the board has ever seen, because now it is possible for you to, you have free reign with the rooks, and you don't have to worry about like prophylactic moves that prevent your opponent from mating your king. So you basically, almost every square is accessible, and so Jurassics, like suddenly the whole world is your oyster, and it's a wide open board of just pawns, so you can get there whenever you want. Like this is insanity. Like rook end games are crazy. Both players have like minutes on the clock, one of them less than. So let's just see what happens. Didn't mean to flip perspective. Okay, after rook takes d6, castles. Activates the rook, gets the king to relative safety. Fantastic. Can't disagree here. I mean, normally I would cringe seeing this pawn structure and this happen, but there is nary a bishop to be found on the black side of the board, so it's fine. There's no anti-castle travel. Fantastic. No bishops left. Hell yeah. This looks nice. These pawns are doubled. I mean, if we're evaluating this endgame classically, the 4-on-3 here, I mean, that's kind of going to be a problem for black, or for white, because crucially, you don't have a king to back up your pawns. You don't want to use your king too actively because, you know, otherwise you lose the game. Bishops can come back, true, but no bishop can come back. And like, I guess that there's a world in which you can Jurassic and then bring a rook. No, that doesn't work. Actually, that doesn't work. Because if you create a timeline in order to bring a bishop back, then the next timeline that you create won't be adjacent to this timeline. So you actually can't use a bishop even if you like regained timeline priority. So you can't anti-castle travel here no matter what. Because if you go back, okay, I guess that maybe you could run a pawn down to promote with a queen and then like bring it back to your back rank and then anti-castle travel like that, but you know, unlikely. On the king side, obviously these doubled pawns are a big issue, but I mean, it's kind of spooky to push too many of these pawns on your king side, so I don't know. Let's see what happens. Okay, rook g8. Immediately take the open file. It makes g3 super annoying, or sorry, f3 super annoying. So I get that. It's a pretty solid move. Not too much to be said here. Probably you push g3, right? And then after it takes, you probably recapture with the h pawn. Actually, probably the f pawn, because it opens up your f file that your rook is on. So let's see what happens. Rook g8 happens. Rook fe1 happens. Okay. 5D tic-tacs. Okay, this is a problem. F3 by black loses immediately. I lied, it doesn't. It doesn't lose. This no longer works. Okay, so there's the idea here is actually rook e8 checks the king in the past, and you have a rook defending it. The problem is that after rook takes e8, that e8 square has now been occupied, so it no longer checks the king in the past. So it doesn't mate. It doesn't lose. So doubling the rooks here to attack the e8 square literally doesn't work, because the first rook blocks the second rook. Oh my god, and with no time left, Andre didn't even notice, apparently. This game is madness. Okay. So f3 here looks like it loses if you're smart, but actually, if you're smart, you're dumb because it doesn't lose. So it's like your brain is so smooth that suddenly it's like, you know, it's so wrinkled that suddenly it's like a sphere again and is back to being smooth. Fucking crazy. Okay, so Andre played the rest of this game thinking that rook e8 lost, which it certainly doesn't. Especially because after rook here, trade, which isn't mate, king here defends the square that it was on, which is the only other square on which a white rook can deliver mate, and it kicks the rook. So if you're smart, you're dumb. Well, you can be so smart that, you know, you overthink. A sufficient, if your brain is too wrinkled, it becomes smooth again. That's what we learned here in 5D chess. Okay, so doubling the rooks is a fantastic idea, but not because it threatens mate on e8, which is crazy to me. Okay, anyway, so actually this becomes a good move again. So after rook f e1, white responds with rook d d8. Okay, so clearly Andre thought that this was actually mate after the trade, so he doubled up his rooks on the d file, or on the 8th rank rather, so that after here takes, everything is okay. Which is hilarious. Okay, so this actually is super bad. This is really bad for black because you just deactivated your rook, you know, that was going to sort of like get into the fray. You can't double your rooks on the g file anymore and then push this pawn, which is probably what I would have done. So it's kind of crazy. Okay. All right. So what happens here? Rook d d8. F3 happens, preventing F3 from black, which makes sense. This is the craziest game I've ever seen. Okay. We're still halfway into the game. All right, we're going to blitz out a few of these endgame moves probably. Okay. Okay, so F3 makes sense because you're terrified of F3 from black, right? Keep in mind that it is still possible for a Jurassic Rook to happen, which is crazy. But these, I think that both players probably thought that these two rooks forced these two rooks to stay on the 8th rank, which is ridiculous. If rook takes g2, then f3 check was funny looking. Okay, so here, if rook takes g2, well, rook takes g2 can't happen here because then it's actually mate. So if rook takes g2 happens here on this board, then this is actual mate because there's nothing defending this square, and that's, you know, but on this turn, yeah, so that doesn't quite work. Craziest game he's ever seen. Me remembers 25 timeline queen exile game. Nah, dude. Oh, but rook g2 is check. Yeah, but it's still mate, so it doesn't, like, okay, so rook takes g2, king takes g2, f3 check, king back, takes, and then you can cover. I rescind. It doesn't lose. It doesn't lose. You guys got me. Okay. I'm too deep down the analysis rabbit hole to know how anything works anymore. Okay, so what was being proposed here is rook takes g2 check. So if you recapture, then this pawn is here. So f3 is now check. And if you move the king away, then it wins the rook. So you have to take with the king here. I don't see what the follow-up is after that. Because if something like rook f6 check, then the rook moves away, and you only have one rook as black, and you have to either continue to check, and I don't think there's any forced mate that happens, or you have to pull your king up to defend this square, but actually your king can't be the one that defends against e8 mate because rook e8, king can't take that because it's defended by the other rook. So I don't think it works. F6 check Jurassic? Why? Why would you Jurassic there? I don't think it's good. Absolute memes? Absolute memes is correct. Way too dank is also correct. We need to get to the end of this game. It's been 2.5 hours. How much dank is too much dank? That much dank. Holy shit. Okay. F3. H5. Why not? It makes sense. Bro, this is great. Why do you want it to end? Because it's a weeknight. I've got a conference presentation that I need to prepare for on Thursday morning. You're supposed to savor your desserts. Well, I wanted to do anything else tonight on stream. It looks like this is just going to be a 3-hour stream that reviews this game. Holy shit. I have exams in 2 days in the morning. All right. You got me. You got me, tutor. The point is not to win on the board, but to intimidate and flag the opponent. Here, black is the one that's got a substantial time deficit, if I understand correctly. By the way, these moves are being blitzed out. Like, there's like no time. And again, we're only halfway into this, which is insane to me. Okay, I need to respond to a text. I know this is unprofessional. I'll be sure to cut it out of the YouTube bot. But, this is a real life situation that I actually have to attend to, as much as I don't want to tear my eyes away from this. You know what? I need a bathroom break. This analysis is more than I bargained for. I didn't know, okay? Not to also, Narik redeemed, I need to analyze his game versus Mage. I don't know how it can possibly stand up to this game. This is ridiculous. Oh my god, okay. Quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, okay? Right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. On with the Clown Fiesta. I bought myself some time. Okay. There was something that needed tending to. I delayed my responsibilities, so the stream goes on. Okay. Wow. IDK, considering how much he edits his thumbnails, probably that got cut out. I don't know. We'll see, Andre. I'm not gonna bend over backwards to keep this in. Okay, all right. So, Imagine Black continues checks to set up Jurassic, then forgets animations are on. Too real, Sonoy. Holy, wow. No, I just that really triggered me. Like, seriously. Okay. All right. Okay. Where the hell were we? This game is unbelievable. Oh man, I wish I thought this was gonna be a short meme game. I didn't gear myself up. Like I would have studied this and like prepared, but then you wouldn't have gotten my reaction, so that's fine. Okay. Let it be known that I was the first to Jurassic in a tournament. It was against Samet. Genuinely, Tudor was the first to Jurassic in a tournament. It was the first tournament we ever held. It was like move 32 or something, like a ridiculously late end game for the time. 37. I've got screenshots saved somewhere, but it was like the first tournament we ever held. Tudor actually double eliminated me from that tournament, and I eliminated Lexi from that tournament. So Tudor is clearly the greatest player this game has ever known. But yeah, I missed mate in one. It was like a knight that would move and check, like it would be adjacent to a king, to where a king was 2 turns in the past. So it wasn't like a knight check mate in one, like if a knight went here. It was like if a knight went, like if this king moved here and like a knight went here or something like that. Imagine if I kept playing. Yeah. To the potential that never was. And yeah, and I missed mate in one, setting up another mate in one, and then he moved 37 turns into the past and then beat me. I was on tilt. Andre has shared a clip with us. What is this clip?
Our chances doing a hard reset.
Why is this so slow? I'm gonna bring it back to normal.
Especially
time.
like the more time that he wastes here, the better it is for us. Okay, so
oh, this is the tournament match. Okay, this is the crazy. If you haven't seen it, okay, Andre has linked. I think it's my most viewed clip on Twitch. Oh my god, so triggered looking back, but that was my game against Tesseract, I think. Game one of the League Cup, right? Yeah. No, I'm trying to flag my opponent, and I Jurassic like 30 turns into the past, and it takes up like a full minute of my time, and I just contemplate on my life choices. So okay. Listen, okay, we're back. Let's keep going. Okay, H5 has been played. Makes sense. You probably want to put pressure on this G pawn, especially with this F pawn here. You've got this rook on this file. You don't have very much time. Andre's playing with like 30 seconds on the clock. This makes sense, right? Good move. Okay, so H5 happens. Rook E7. Now, I think that Rook E7 was played Rook E7 was probably played because Graven was looking for a Jurassic probably onto this square, which isn't fantastic for aforementioned reasons, namely that this is the turn after the white queen has already been taken. It would be to E7 here. So you don't actually go up a queen. It's probably not worth. Do you have forced mate if you have 2 rooks on the 7th rank? Do you have forced mate if you have 2 rooks on the 7th rank? You mean in general? No. let me think about this. 2 rooks. I'm imagining that this doesn't exist. Okay. Hold on. You have 2 rooks. So let's say that you have a rook here. Let's say that the king moves here. Then rook moves here. King moves here. Yes, you do. You do, because you can move, because the king, you can kick the king around to 3 unique squares, right? So like, oh, actually it depends. Is that true? Yes, it is. Because you can, no, okay. In general, the answer is absolutely yes, and this is why. Because you can check 2 of the squares on the back rank at once, then you can push the king around to occupy 3 unique squares that are adjacent. And once you've done that, then imagine that, for example, the king is on b7 or the king is on b8 or something, right? And imagine that you've got rooks on d7 and e7 and no pawns or anything. So you check with 1 rook, the king moves. You check with the other rook, the king moves, and it can't move to the square on the 8th rank that the first rook attacked it on. So after the king moves to the other square, then the first rook mates it in the past immediately. So yeah. Good stuff. Wow, Samet actually saw that so fast I didn't. You're too kind, tutor. You know, we'll just say, you know, if you had been playing since, you know, the first tourney, you would have seen that even faster than I did. Okay, fantastic. Fun little detour. Okay, great. What are we doing here? Okay, so I think that this was because of a Jurassic. That doesn't actually work. Although, with like a minute on the clock, I wouldn't blame Graven for thinking that it did. But let's move on. Rook e7 happens. In response to Rook e7, which Andre probably wasn't thinking about, how many turns left in this game. I don't know if I want to spoil it. We're just over halfway done with this game. Okay, so in response to this, let's see. This rook attacks a pawn, and as far as Andre knows, he thinks that e8 is actually mate, which isn't the case, as we talked about earlier. He probably thinks that it's mate if he moves like rook g7 or something like that. So that's not an option. So then by default, the only way that you can defend this pawn is to push it. So f6. Makes sense. Rook 1 e6 happens. You attack the pawn again, so that makes sense. Right? You're trying to gain ground. Probably at this stage, probably as soon as this f6 happened, Graven highlighted this rook, you know, looked at what was available, saw this, realized that it's not so good, saw this, realized that it's not so good, and then decided, actually, I'll just play on board because I don't want to flag. And so rook e6 happened. You ever be in a 5D chess game and be like, damn, I'm down a pawn, I'm going to lose? Well, yes. But it's certainly not common. Okay, rook e6 happens. Rather than just pushing it again to f5, h4 happens. Which makes sense. I mean, your opponent's busy winning a pawn, and you can't really stop him without completely rendering, from your perspective, your one active rook impotent. You know, like rook f8 here, and then you don't have any counterplay, right? You're sort of at the mercy of these active rooks. So you push h4, preparing h3, you know, and then you want to get in here. So this makes sense, especially every single move here must be taken with at least a grain of salt, probably more grains of salt than that. But because both players are on like extreme bullet time control situation here, right? At this stage in the game. Wow, you can perpetuate with one rook in this? You're not wrong. Let's not think about that too much. H4. H3 happens. How do you prevent H3? You play H3 first. Fantastic. In response, C5. Pawns. Many pawn moves. What else are you going to do, right? Andre erroneously believes that both of his rooks are tied to the 8th rank. And so, you know, you push your pawns. You try to break through here on the queen side. That's just what you do. Those are the only pieces you can move. You can't move your king. F5 doesn't buy you anything, so here we go. Also, it would be nice to break through here with like a d4, because if c takes, c takes, or even if c take, I don't know. Well, okay, if you think that you're gonna lose if if rook e8 happens, then probably you're not too worried about it. But you know, you also kind of want to, you want an avenue that provides your own rooks access to the king and indeed like the rest of the board, right? So you want to sort of push through and try to trade off some pawns. But anyway, rook g6. Again, Andre thinks that rook g6 will lose him the game immediately. That's the problem, Narik. If you know, with the perspective, knowing that a single rook is sufficient to defend against rook e8 mate, then you would probably activate your rooks, right? You'd probably play rook g6 here. But that's just how it goes. Okay, so let's see what happens. c5. White captures. Again, rook g6. Rook g6 would have been the play here. But that didn't happen. Rook takes f6 does allow Andre to play rook g8. That was crucial. Why was that crucial? Because rook e8 is no longer check on the black king in the past. So that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Now, white is probably happy in this situation trading rooks, given that his pawns are much better coordinated, right? Like all of these are just going to get gobbled up, and then you push right up the king side. So actually, positionally, I think that a rook trade favors white. I think that's fair. Average says I think black is better in 2 rooks versus 2 rooks. White would be better in 1 rook versus 1 rook. I think that white's better probably in this position either. Exchange benefits black a lot here. Exchange does benefit black. In that they are no longer imprisoned by these 2 rooks that prevent anything from happening. On the flip side, I think that probably post-exchange black is better, but post-exchange position is better for black than pre-exchange position is, but I think that the position post-exchange is still better for white by like probably a lot actually. I think people tunnel vision having a battery on g2. It's the only counterplay, or rook e6, rook fe6 to force Andre to the e rook, since Andre still believes 1 rook isn't enough to defend. Well, you don't need to play rook fe6 to force a trade. You could just trade yourself. So there we go. Okay, so does this trade happen? Where are we? Rook g e8. It doesn't. White disagrees that a trade is worth in this position. Even though these rooks are now liberated from the 8th rank, you know, because the rookie 8 mate isn't a thing anymore. Rook F7 is what happened. Sorry. Thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. Rook FF7 happened. I thought it was rook EF7. Okay. Yeah, no, that would have been awful. Yeah. Because hold on. Average said blundering rook E1 check, but it's not check. But also it's rook FF7, not rook EF7. Because there's a rook there after the castle. So it's not a check. Anyway, if white forced the trade on E8, black gets the E file, right? Yeah, but I don't think you're super worried about that. Because king activity is like super sketchy anyway. And if you trade, yeah, black gets the file. But, well, A, there's no check on E1, like we just said. And B, there's like no way that you defend these pawns as black. And just imagine this board, but with these pawns gone and with a rook still on the board for white, right? So, yeah. Okay, so chat is catching up. There was a rook on E1, so rook E1 for black is not check. Okay, so what is the idea here? You didn't want to trade. You wanted black to come to you. I guess what's the difference? If this trade here happens, then takes, then you've got the file still, but you probably wanted to gobble up these pawns, right? And this rook can't get too active over here because you've got some checks. I don't know. Forces trade but keeps file. I don't know that I'd want to. Please tell me there's a Jurassic at some point. We'll see. No spoilers. I think you probably want to take these pawns, man. You want to gobble up the pawns, but you want to do it when the enemy rook is not on the file? Yeah, but if you gobble up these pawns at any point in time, then the enemy rook just takes the file back, so I don't get it. Forces the trade because of the threat of rook c7. No, it definitely forces the trade, but you know what else forces the trade? Taking the rook. Doing the trade. Yeah, so you get a move, a tempo? Maybe. Maybe. You also give white, or rather you also give black the option of not trading. Now that is a problem. Okay, actually there's forced mate here. Okay, there's forced mate here, so actually this trade is forced, I think. Because if rook 6 c7 here, king here, and then rook here, and then king here, and then rook here is mate. So if rook here happens instead, sorry, if king here happens instead, so rook c7 check, king b7, rook takes b7 check, king a8, rook takes, sorry, rook takes a7 check, king b8, rook takes b7 check, king c8, and then rook a8 is mate. So it is forced mate for white if black doesn't take on e7. Kind of similar to how I explained a little bit earlier. Tudor's question was actually relevant. 2 rooks on the 7th rank is forced mate. Not trading threatens mate, which needs to be addressed. Yeah, that wasn't trivial to find, but I mean, you know, when you're super low on time. But I think as black, you want some space anyway, so you do the trade. Anyway, okay. So, does this happen? Yes. Rook takes e7 happens. Rook takes e7 happens. So this has happened. White has the file. Now it's black's move. What does black do here? Black does d4. You want to get you're no longer worried about moving this rook because rook e8 isn't mate, because you have occupied e8 with a rook of your own. So how do you get this rook active? You open its eyes. How do you open its eyes? You try to break through. You try to break through on the d file, right? d4. d4 happens. Okay, so c takes d4. C takes d4. Obviously, you don't want a connected passed pawn. I mean, look, if you don't take this pawn here, if you push here, there's a rook backing this pawn. That's just bad, like in classical, right? Then there's nothing stopping them from pushing this. And so suddenly this rook is on stop the pawn duty. You don't want that, so you just take. And then retakes. And is this situation better for white, regarding this pawn? Questionable, probably. White's still got to deal with this pawn, and it's actually not super trivial. White can move their king, black cannot. True, white can move their king. But king, move, king, move, king. Now your king is stuck here. You push these pawns, you get a rook down here, you force the king to move, and then you mate them in the past. Right? It's like tricky. If white can stop promotion, then they win. If they can't, they lose. Something like that. Black is paralyzed. I mean, yeah, black doesn't. Okay, so looking at this board, you ask yourself now, what is the game plan for both players? For now. Okay, black is obviously, especially under time pressure, just going to push this pawn straight down the d file, right? How do you stop that as white? You have two options. You either move your rook, which is the main thing that is preventing black's pieces from really doing very much, or wait, what's happened? Tudor says can't move rook, can't move king. Tudor, black can move their rook. Do you want to allow rook e1 check? I think he means rook e8 check, but it's not a problem. Let's say that this rook moves. Rook e8 check happens, and then you play king d7. King d7. Right? Not a big deal. Rook e8 check has a nasty time travel. Let's see. Rook e8 check happens here. You're not wrong here. But if that travel happens, the black king, I think, definitely travels back. I think the black king travels off of that board. Right? Oh, sorry, it's the white turn. Rook takes here. I think that probably this king jumps off so that there's no passed mate that can happen on that board. But then those rooks can actually mess with each other. Maybe it's a problem. It's not fantastic. That would be bad. You lose both rooks. Yeah. It's not fantastic. Black can counter Jurassic without timeline disadvantage in that case. Under time pressure, it's not a position that I would want to be in. But also, black can't counter Jurassic. Hold on. Black can't counter Jurassic immediately. Well, they can counter Jurassic if they win, or if they survive that many turns. I think it's likely that black has to spend their... it's likely that black has to spend... Black probably has to jump off of that timeline, right? It's not so simple, actually, because you can fend off and you've got an extra rook on this timeline. But more importantly, immediately after rook e8 check, then d7, then rook time travel into the past. Because rook e8 check forced the king to move, the rook didn't move that turn, so it can't Jurassic immediately. So there are tactical considerations there. But also, I didn't think the game is still going. We're coming up on hour 3. If rook e8 is checking the present, there can't be an immediate counter Jurassic. Exactly what I just said. Chad is catching up. Maybe just survive and rook g1 check. Unclear. I think that travel, 3-hour analysis YouTube video incoming. Oh, this is backfired so badly, this stream. Okay, we're in it now. It's too late. That is if he rook e8 check after rook takes g2. Oh, that's true. Wait, rook e8 check after rook takes g2. Oh, like if rook g8 here after. Okay. So we're talking about like pawn push king, and then king goes here, and then rook here, and then threatens rook takes g2, and then king g1. Or sorry, rook g1 mate. Rook g1 mate is threatened there, and so the only. So let's think. Rook e8 check happens. Kieran's now following. Thanks. Narik, I wasn't aware that you weren't following, but I appreciate the support. Hope you're enjoying. Okay, so the rook has to move off of the 8th rank to allow rook e8 check from white, right? And so we're saying that the line is basically like king out, pawn up, king out, pawn up, king over, and then rook g8, this rook does something, and then rook takes g2, threatening rook takes g1 mate, and then rook e8 check, and then time travel, but then it's like mate in 1 for black, which is dangerous. The plan is just survive. Oops. Also some king d8 before rook takes g2. That's true. I mean, rook g8 and then king d8 shuts down the time travel completely. I don't like this horrific oversimplifications. I don't think that we're trying to oversimplify anything. I think it's clear that there are many more lines here than we can actually than we can actually cover. But the claim was that black is paralyzed in this situation. We have now completely alleviated that notion, right? I think it's clear that black has some very dangerous ideas here. Black pushes this pawn all the way down, and if the king, tramps over here to interfere, then there's something like rook g8 ideas threatening rook takes g2, and obviously if the g pawn moves, then you have connected passed pawn as soon as the recaptures happen, and if you don't push the pawn, then rook takes g2 threatens rook g1 mate, checking the king on g1 in the past. So black can even play a prophylactic move that prevents white from checking and then doing that really scary travel, which I don't think was lethal anyway. But basically black has a lot of play here with this by pushing this pawn, creating this passed pawn here, this isolated passed pawn. Actually this rook has done like amazing work. I probably have to leave soon. I don't blame you. Okay, let's see what actually happens in this game. Holy, okay. What happened? C takes d4, C takes d4 happened. Rook e1, rather than walking the king over, sort of enabling these g-file shenanigans. Graven here plays a humble rook e1. Suddenly, you know, there are 2 rooks on either side of this pawn. This is better than the king over here, because in the event that a rook moves off of this file, then the other rook recaptures without fear of opening up some crazy checking lines that can either result in a perpetual if it was the king that was trying to recapture, or, you know, some like potential mating squares for the other colors. So defending with the rook, you know, you're investing the only active resource that you have in the form of this rook, but it's safer. So there's always that. Not to mention that if you push the g-pawn through yourself, then... Okay, in this position, that's definitely bad. Is it? Unclear. Defending with the rook, I like it. Black can now just push the pawn to d2 and force the rook to stay behind it while they walk their king up. Yeah, but white can also walk their king up, so I don't quite buy that. You know, d3, rook d1, d2, king f2, right? And then as soon as you've got a king on e2, yeah, sure, the rook can check, but then you go off and then it comes back, and I guess you could do a perpetual. Distance of 3 between d and g is crucial here, maybe. Well, I think that the point is that the distance only has to be 2, because if you've got a king on e2, then your rook on d1 can recapture on d2, even with this rook pointed here. So I don't agree. You can bounce the king between e2 and f2. Yeah, you bounce the king between e2 and f2. So black can probably force a pretty ridiculous perpetual there. So yeah, what I mean by that is if d3 is played, rook d1, and then d2, then after king f2, king e2, then, you know, king e2 allows rook e2 to happen, and then maybe if black wants to prevent that from happening, black can deliver a check. Why would black want to prevent that from happening? Well, okay, it doesn't quite prevent it from happening, actually, because if you have a king on e2 and then you have rook e2 check, then you do have king takes d2. And after rook d8 check back, you've got a king on d2 and a rook on d1. You could force a trade, but I don't think that's good for black, is it? It's probably not good for black. Actually, it does let black come out a turn fast. Hold on. Now we've actually got a king race. Okay, hold on. King race. Give me a second. If that happens, if the black pawn pushes down to d2 and then rook d1 happens and then the king walks out to e2, if you have rook e2 check, king takes d2, rook d8 check, and then you know, the king moves, and then you rook takes d1, and then king takes d1 again. Then the turn after king takes d1, you have king d7, then d2, or king d2 probably, and then king d6, and then king d3, and then king d5. Wow. King d5 happens while the white king is still on d3. Right, because this moves 3 in the time that it takes this guy to move 2, because this guy's... Okay, if that happens, the white king doesn't have access to these pawns, right? Well, okay, so what can happen is a push and then takes, but then there's a connected passed pawn, and then the black king goes over there. Wow. This is a ridiculous pawn endgame. This is such a ridiculous pawn endgame. The kingside formation is very special for pawn endgames. Yeah, well, the problem is that this pawn defends e3, right? So the only way that the white king can get to these pawns, unless it does a break, which allows the connected passed pawn, which is pretty bad. is if this king gets to d4, right? And then it can skirt around here, or to e4. But the problem is that this king gets to d5 when this king is on d3, so it can't access any of these squares, so this king actually can't get to these pawns, which is nuts. The two black pawns hold the line really well. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, classical formation wise, if this pawn moves down and then the rooks trade on d1 and then the king recaptures, then this king comes down here too quick. This is okay. Holy, this is like the craziest game of 5D chess I've ever seen. Okay, let's keep going. This is even crazier than my like latest game and games. Okay, listen. Rook e1 happens. d3 happens. Rook c1 check happens. That's interesting. Do you know how terrible king opposition is in 5D chess, Cement? You literally can't back away or you're checkmated? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Then it might come down to like Zugzwang there. If you play like king d3 and then king d5 happens, then it might be like whoever can play like more moves, right? Takes, black takes, white takes, then the black king is forced to move. I think... Wait, that's so insane. It might be true that in that crazy endgame scenario that I just gave, I think white wins because they have more moves than black does. Right? Am I wrong about that? Hold on. There's a king here. Then this happens. If this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, so that's actually not good, right? So you wouldn't do that. So this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. Yeah, you wouldn't do that, sorry. Okay, so hold on. This happens. This happens. This happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. No, it's depending on who messes up, actually. If this happens, then... yeah, black is forced to move and then loses, but there's a line where... then if white forces... okay, so here... en passant still loses, because then there's still a white pawn push. After... en passant isn't an option after one of these pawns moves, because... holy shit, this is crazy. I think white has a forced win because they can move their pawns before, and then the black king is forced to move off of d5, and wherever it moves, then there's a time travel, like a king versus king mate time travel, where the king on d3, like if, let's say, I don't know, king e5 happens, then the king on d3 time travels one turn into the past to c4, and that checks the king on the other board. That's crazy. Wow. If black had gone, I think that's force mate for white. Okay. Too far down the rabbit hole. That's crazy. Wow, an actual king versus king mate is forced, I think. Wow, what turn is the game at? 31. Let's keep going. Okay. Let's keep going. I think there are some lines being discussed in the chat. I'm going to ignore those and keep going. So, rook c1 check happens. Rook c1 check happens, which is interesting. King d7 is a problem because it undefends this pawn and also this pawn, which matters a little bit less. So, but you can always do king d7, and then rook d1, and then king moves, and then you can still recapture. But I guess what that does allow is this check and then king here, and then after this happens, you need a king move to happen to redefend the pawn with the rook, and that allows rook d2. I don't know if that's good.
I don't know if that's preferable. Then the king actually doesn't have a pathway out in this direction. Doesn't seem fantastic, actually. Anyway, this happens. Okay, let's see what happens. Every turn that you force the king to move, by the way, that's a square on which you can potentially checkmate your opponent with your rook. So that is also worth noting. So the king can't run away too far, right? That's a problem. Everywhere that the king goes, you know, that is something that you must either cover and occupy with a piece of yourself, of your own, in order to prevent there from being a rook made into the past, or cover actively in terms of like defending, like preventing the opponent's rook from ever getting to that square. Okay, so after rook c1, king b8 happens. I probably don't disagree. I think that it's really spooky to let the king sort of walk in any other direction. There are also like perpetuals that can probably force the king to walk away further than it would like. Like if king d7 happens and then rook d1 happens, then you know you kind of have to move the king so this rook sees this pawn again. So you either bring it to the same place, in which case the white player can make this check happen again, or the king moves in the other direction, which is actually terrifying because suddenly you're opening up mating squares for white where the king doesn't have access to actually covering those squares. So that's a problem. Okay. I agree with king b8 here. I think, but under time pressure, I think that it's I think that it's probably the most sensible move. Otherwise, white basically has like a perpetual here. So anyway, this happens. Andre says, hilarious news, if that double check on e8 isn't mate. Nurik says perpetuals don't end, so you can make it an endurance contest for whoever makes the move the longest. Makes moves the longest. That's pretty much what happens. You can actually perpetual. Not that it's like the only legal move on the board, but there isn't like draw by repetition, and no situation has ever been reached where that's actually relevant. So it would be possible in that situation to basically get an infinite chain of moves where it's as soon as someone makes a that move, then they're at an extreme disadvantage. But you know, there's delay on the timer, so you could just have players making the same two moves, shuffling those pieces back and forth forever, and there would be no stop to it, which is hilarious. Perpetual is not ending. Do you have a purpose? It's to make Jurassic Rook stronger. That's true. I'm just relaying our findings to Graven. Graven wasn't here. Oh, okay, Graven, you weren't here when I pointed out that this isn't actually mate. So when these rooks double up here, if you play rook d8 here, then after rook takes e8, rook e8 is no longer checking the king in the past because the first rook blocks the path of the second rook to the king. Which is funny, so glad we covered that. Okay, so actually that was never made at all, which is absolutely absurd. Okay, Graven just finding that out because he wasn't here earlier. Yeah, absolutely hilarious. Okay, all right, so where are we at here? Anyway, king b8 I think is the right move. I think king b8's the right move because otherwise there's like an actual perpetual on the board. Okay. Fantastic. King b8. What do you do here as white? Well, I guess rook d1 is kind of redundant because you can just play that in response to d2. So, mobilizing the king, especially under time pressure, especially with classical trading, king f2 is the obvious move, right? Then d2 does happen, and it forces rook d1. No surprises here, right? Now, Now, what do as black here? Well, you don't have that many legal moves. You either move the rook, or you push one of these pawns. The whole sequence that I figured out where you get a trade of the rooks on D1. That crazy sequence where you get a trade of the rooks on D1, the king recaptures, and you get a king walk is still possible because the king can still, in 3 moves, make it to D5. But that's actually winning for white, as we mentioned. So that's not a thing that you want to facilitate as black. But giving up this, square seems absolutely crazy, especially when there's a king on F2 defending G2. So that's probably not good. Moving your king out is dubious. Like, why would you have moved your king to B8 if you thought that anything else was possible, right? So you could either move one of these pawns or you move the rook. In this case, the rook was moved. The rook was moved. The move on the board is rook D3. Rook D3. Rook D3 is interesting. I think the pawn was stronger on D3. I get what you're saying. The pawn on D3 is quite strong, so this is an interesting take by Average Human. The black pawn, when it was on D3, it walled out the white king from ever getting anywhere. From ever reaching this pawn by any means other than E1. Because this pawn covers E2, this pawn covers E3, so there's like a bit of a wall, right? Here, E2 is opened up now as a square for the white king. I think by now, Andre is actually ahead on time. Okay, so our players now have less than a minute, probably closer to 30 seconds, both of them. Probably rook D1 wasn't that great in hindsight. Okay, so the chat is asking, why rook D3? What does rook D3 do? Well, I mean, if play rook D3, obviously what's going to happen is king E2. That's a bit of a problem now. It's a bit of a problem now, right? Because you can no longer check if the king takes and force the trade on D1. I mean, it does attack this B pawn, but I don't think that scooping up those pawns is a winning strategy. It might be. Maybe scoop up this pawn, and then if the rook takes here, then you do this. But the king's still on F2, so G1 isn't a mating square yet. I don't know. No matter what, you have to expect king E2 here, so what's the plan here? I don't think gobbling up this pawn is a good idea. Actually, if king E2, hold on. There's something to that, right? No, but then it forces the... Okay, so king E2, rook takes B3, and then if takes with the king... Oh, if takes with the king, then you skewer the king and take this pawn. King E2, rook takes B3. Okay, if takes with the rook, you have rook B1. And actually, it's a problem because the king's on E2 now and it's not covering G1. So if you have rook takes B3, rook takes D2, then you have rook B1, and then I guess king F2 is forced to here, rook takes. king f2 is forced and you don't actually have a follow-up as black. So this doesn't work. I was thinking, you know, maybe you sort of force these squares off. Okay, so if white... So, okay. King e2, rook takes b3. It seems like rook takes d2 is just safe, so I don't think that works. Is it king e2, rook e3 check, king d? Yeah, so okay, taking this pawn doesn't work. So let me keep going. After you know that king e2's got to be coming here. So the only other move on the board that isn't complete madness is rook e3 check. And what's your follow-up there? Okay, so okay, rook e2 check, and you play king f2 again. So king e2, rook e3 check, king f2. I guess the rook goes back to d3, and then you repeat, right? Something like that. Because yeah, I would hesitate to grab this as black. It seems problematic, but why? Let me think about this. Okay, so probably the situation there is that you skewer the king by taking on b3. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, no, I still don't see it. Hold on. Okay, king e2, rook e3 check. It's like the only other option. Okay, let's just say that king takes d2, right? Then what do? Can't go here or here. So then maybe you take b3. And then king e2 happens. Trying to get back to maybe safety or something. And then rook b2 check happens, and then you have king f1, and then everything is covered. All of the mating squares are covered. Doesn't seem like it works. I don't know. Let's see what happens in the game. So, okay. Rook d3 has happened. King d2 has happened. Only move. Makes sense. Rook e3 has happened because I didn't see anything with rook b3. King takes d2 does happen. And then rook takes b3. Yep. What's the follow-up? Oh, king c2 happens. That's dangerous, right? In all of my calculations, I was just keeping the king close to where its home squares are. King c2 is what happens on board, and I think that that's quite a liability, because now rook a3 would fork rook a2, skewering the king, winning this pawn. Actually, sorry, it wouldn't do that at all. It would... Rook a3 would fork forced mate, which is... If you give the king a check here... if you give the king a check, then rook e2 is mate, rook f2 is mate. Forget rook g2. Or... You gobble up this other pawn, and suddenly you've got two pawns without any opposition. So that's a problem. I think rook a3 probably happens here. Let's see what happens here. King c2 happens. I think that that's a huge liability. Rook a3 does happen. Rook a3 does happen. Graven also almost played rook e1. Okay, how do you defend against what black has done here is forked mate and the last pawn. So what do you do? Probably check the king, right? I don't know. I'd probably freak out and check the king. And then what? Freak out and check the king, and then come back to d2 maybe? Because that's the only way that you block against all of the mates. Oh, actually it doesn't work. Check here, king here, back here, and then king check here. King has to move, and then you skewer the king, and g1 is a mating square, so actually that doesn't work. I think black wins here. It wins, it works. Check in time travel. Doesn't Graven go to rook e8 and then time travel? That check using rook's white seems to be the best option. Or that white's rook, rather. Graven had a winning idea. What's the winning idea? Okay, so check here and then here. So rook d8 check, king c7, and then what, you travel on d8? How far back can you go? I mean, obviously not to where the other rook is covering, right? So rook goes here. Only legal move is king travel. Off of that board, right? It wins. Well, the king travels, so it doesn't win on the spot. The king travels. And then there's no history. And then rook b8 on that same board. Very good. After travel, rook b8. You're right. You're right. It does win. It does win. Okay, that's absolutely correct. Wow. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, I thought... I didn't realize that it just didn't click that there was no way to defend the king from anywhere else. Like the board that this king runs away to, that king doesn't have access to this board down here because there's a board in between. So actually, rook d8 check and then rook takes here. Literal only move. Wait, is it literal only move? It is, because the king had to move here, and so this rook can't travel because it wasn't the last piece to move. That's forced mate. Holy fuck. White has forced mate in this position. That is insane to me. Wow. Okay. Okay. Holy shit. This crushing position where black has like a forced win, they don't. They don't simply because this king is on b8. If this king was on c7, which we thought was the only safe move back when this check happened, this rook here, little did either player realize that this rift that this rook created here between these two pieces, on this move rather, that won white the game. Wow. Okay. Sure. How does this game end? Rook d8 happens. Wow. Okay, king c7, literal only move. Rook e8 happens. No, rook e8 loses on the spot. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Graven thought that e8 was still mate. Oh. As we covered earlier in the time scramble, rook e8 was played, cutting off the white rook's path to the king in the past. Oh my god. No. Oh no. Oh no. He submits this move and thinks, game over. Andre has forced mate. It's skewer. This rook skewers f2 mate. Oh my god, that's probably 5 seconds on the clock. It takes Superman to realize all of that. No, it took us 3.5 hours to reach this point in our leisure analysis. Not even, when you're in a game, it's intense focus. You're calculating every possible line at all times. Here we've got a team of people. It took us 3.5 hours to get here. And in game, the players at this stage had like less than 10 seconds on the clock. The crazy thing is we saw most of the ideas the whole time. No, that's evident. That's clear in many of these. Well, besides the fact that you guys thought that the double rook on e8 was mate at any point in time, which it wasn't. But other than that, you saw like all of the ideas, which is insanity. You keep the pressure in mind for so many moves. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. That's why the game is so cool. Yeah. Like work you do on earlier turns, it perpetuates, This, we saw most of the ideas that we saw now. This is easily the craziest game of 5D chess I have ever seen. And not for the, like Sonoy had said earlier, what about that like 25 timeline exiled queen game? That's degenerate. I reject that. This is the craziest like non-degenerate game I've like single timeline. This was insane. Okay, let's finish us off. So why does this lose on the spot? Well, for one, it doesn't win, right? It gives up. There is a mate in 1 here, or a mate in 2, actually. That white misses by doing this. But it also gives black mate in 2. How does that happen? Rook a2 check is step 1. And after the king moves anywhere, king b3 was played in the game, rook f2 is mate. f2 is occupied by that king, and this is how the game ends. Wow. Here we are 3.5 hours later. A simple game. I did not anticipate that this is what Graven and Andre had in store for us today. Wow. I could spend like an entire 8-hour stream easily pouring back over all of the opportunities in this match. I'm exhausted. Let's remember how this game started. How many turns? 40. Turn 40 is when checkmate was delivered. This game began with 2a4. Let's explore some counter Jurassics. Yeah, alright, guy. This game began with 2a4. There was this wacky anti-e6 measure that this knight came to d5 to do. There was an early opening of the e file, which was then covered by the queen, right? Some probing happened into there. which enabled queenside attacking ideas for white. Black thought that they had this fantastic travel attack right after taking the knight, which was defending h4. The problem is that they didn't realize that queen g3 was a thing. So they went back. White didn't realize that black had this insane G5 double exclam that defended against white's travel both onto f7 with the queen here and also prevented a time diagonal mate on the e file, which is insanity. The queens were traded off of the board into this situation where there was this ridiculous... I swapped back and forth on who was actually winning in this endgame from this position like 4 times. Tutor's out. All right. Good night, Tutor. Great game, people. Simple short analysis. I am... Okay, Crazy Penguin redeemed submitted game for review. We may have to take a rain check on that. Narik already submitted a game for review before this one. So let's just wrap up here. The conclusion, the summary. It's still unclear to me. I think black wins out of this position, by the way, but the bishops were traded off into this endgame. Both players thought that there was these doubled rooks guaranteed mate on e8 here for white, which was false. But they played it out. A pair of the rooks were traded off of the board. We got this absurd pawn endgame. Suddenly, black is in the lead, but there's this the craziest, simplest... Look at this. This is insane. How here, black is obviously winning, except that in response to rook c1 check, b8 actually lost black the game. The only problem is that after a bunch of maneuvering of these pieces and this insane mate in 2 that black has threatened, the only white... The rook move here that delivers check actually wins white the game, except the winning move after that was a simple travel onto d8, where it seems like actually a king hopping off of that board would be sufficient to defend, but no, because then rook b8 here actually wins the game for white, but not realizing that the e8 square at one point in the midst of this rook sacrifice situation, this rook trade, was covered by one of black's rooks, thought that rook e8 was made and it wasn't. Black, of course, was ready with this insane king skewer onto the mating square on f2, and this is how the game ended. With single timeline, this is the craziest game of 5D chess that I've ever seen, and it's been 3.5 hours. And I don't even think that I'm close to exploring all of the lines and all of the ideas and all of the positional advantage for both players, all of the prospects, all of the counter travels, the Jurassics, that at any point in time, there's a long stretch here where every square on the board was accessible to both players. So any of what happened before that, which was ridiculous positions, may I remind you, was accessible. This is insane. This is a crazy game, and I am exhausted. Andre says, I love how every stream, Sumet just suffers from the rewards. I suffer from my art, Andre. Well, we know how to abuse this channel point reward now. Listen, this was a pleasure, right? I mean, I would have spent my evening in no other way than to break down this game. Again, the goal of this stream was to generate content for the YouTube. I certainly have, but this is one video and I needed like a few for the week, and it's 3 hours long, so I don't know how many psychopaths are gonna click on this video popping up on their YouTube feed. This one wasn't even a channel reward. I did this voluntarily. Split it into parts. I'm glad that you did. I'm glad that I did too. I might have to split this into parts. I might have to split this one into parts. I'll pay for it. No, oh no, Lawnmower. You don't have to spend your channel points. That's not how this works. You already got the review. Wow. Having a big chunky vid can also be fun. Well, I've got a conference presentation, so I can't. I need to spread out the content so I get more videos this week. Wow. Okay. Lawnmower. Lawnmower has been. Lawnmower, if you wanted to send me a game to review, I would gladly do it. You don't have to just spend your empty points. Just so that's, you know, just so that I'm actually like working away the, you know, the potential for future channel point rewards. Just let me know. Okay. It's 11:15. I have a lot of work to do in the morning. I have 2 games that have been submitted for review. A third may be pending that I need to cover. I can't do another one of these tonight. Infeasible. It can't be done. I don't have the energy. I don't have the time. No one's going to stick around until 3 a.m., right? Waiting for that to conclude. So, Narik, how long? What is the nature of this game that you're going to send me? How long is this analysis going to take? And people will stick around? That's true, Graven. You guys are nuts. It's 6 a.m. for Andre. It's 2 fewer turns than this one? How many timelines? If it's 1 timeline, but I couldn't miss it, no, I wouldn't blame you. I'd stay up for this too. 17 more times. Narik, I can't, I don't know, man. Then again, if there are that many, it's gonna be completely okay. What do I do? Do I review this game? It will give me more material for the YouTube. It will be less sleep. Is this a Jurassic like a is this an Exile game? Graven says this game, even though I lost, might have been one of the best I played. This is the most legendary. I dub this the current most legendary game of 5D chess ever played, at least on a single timeline. Fantastic. A bot to smite. I was getting bored. There we go. The bot is gone forever. Wow. It's my game versus Mage in the reverse royalty cup. No. 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 Oh. Narik, you're an evil man. Dude, I swore off of ever voluntarily playing an Exiled Queens game ever again, and this man submits an Exiled Queens game for review on stream.
and I can't avoid it. I think I'm gonna go, Andre. Good night, sweet prince. I'll catch you on the Saturday stream. GG, well done. Good work. Holy shit. I think that the best move... Yeah, Queen G3 was double exclam, but also G5 was like easily double exclam. G5 was unbelievable. G5 was crazy here. Like it actually, G5 was nuts. G5 was nuts. I'll watch the VOD for sure. Ooh, excuse me. Dude, I don't know if I can do an Exiled Queens analysis right now. I want to see Smet's reaction on that. I don't know if we might need to save that one for Saturday. I won't have time, dog. I can't do 3 more hours. I won't do it justice, right? Because I don't have, like, I want to react to it with full energy and, you know, bombast. And give it the time that what I'm sure is an absolutely absurd game deserves. Bro, then we'll spend all of Saturday on this too. I'll meter out. This is actually really annoying because last stream I talked about how I spent too much of the stream not playing the game. So I really wanted to play a lot this Saturday. Hopefully we can do boss fight on Saturday. Oh yeah, okay, we gotta do boss fight, so that'll be fun. I have to play my games against Andre actually. I know Wright and Mage were up for it. Fantastic. Okay, we'll do boss fight. We'll do this exile. Okay, we've got an agenda for Saturday. We have our league match. Would you be down to play that on Saturday, Andre? Or do you need to play that a different time? Yeah, I've got my league. We've got, wow. Saturday's gonna be nuts. There's the boss fight. I have to play what's basically a relegation match against Andre. I have to 2-0 him or I get kicked out of Pro League, which is crazy. Just because Andre fucking got 2-0'd by Narik. And because I screwed myself over in 2 completely won games where like he gave it up. Which is my fault, I guess. It's fitting that it's my fault that I'm getting kicked out of Pro League if I lose. Or draw with Andre. So that's going to be crazy. I think I will, but I can't say for sure. Okay. Boss fight, Exiled Queens game analysis, and relegation match versus Andre, where I have to win both games. That's going to be a tumultuous stream for me. Okay, what are we doing here? I don't think that I can do that. Listen, I can't. I'm going to analyze your game, Narik, I promise. But this stream, you won't want me to. It's not gonna be, you want me to do it on Saturday when I have like time and energy. By the way, idea for banned words, tell me. Boss fight is content served on a platter? No, yeah, boss fight's that's gonna be fantastic. I don't even have to do work. I just have to host. I just have to talk shit, you know, do some analysis, and that's it. After some point, subs turn to push-ups or something like that. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Like the first 5 are subs, but they're still, I don't get away with it because then there are still stakes. I still have to think about what I'm doing. Okay. That's a good idea, Andre. No, and that's fair. I feel less like I'm scamming chat that way. Narik's Cement would get ripped. Dude, I haven't since COVID, actually since grad school. I haven't been ripped since grad school. I stopped working out as soon as I started grad school. And I was right when I thought, let me get back into this because I'm more focused on research. I don't have as many classes anymore. COVID hit, so I don't have gym access. But yeah, no, I'd get ripped. We'd have to figure out like how many push-ups. But that's a good idea.
Maybe there could be options, and the person redeeming the reward gets to choose between, like, you know, whatever it is, push-ups or, I don't know, pull-ups or jumping jacks. I don't have a pull-up bar right now, actually. So probably push-ups is just gonna be the only option for a little bit. Okay. Wow. What do I do? What do I do for the rest of... Do I call it a night? Do I play a game? Do I analyze this other game that Crazy Penguin submitted? What do I do for tomorrow? Okay, going now? Alright, catch you on Saturday, Andre. Have a good night. GG. Do I split this VOD up into, like, individual 1 hour VODs? Or good morning for me, rather? Whatever you prefer. Yeah, see you later, Andre. Okay, I think that what I'm gonna do... What am I gonna do? If anyone would be down to play a game of 5D chess, T0 random color medium, because I think I genuinely don't have enough built-up content to put on the YouTube this week, and I don't think another analysis video is going to happen tonight. So I'd rather play a quick game and then call it a night. Who would be down to play a quick game, if anybody in chat? Yeah, no, not analyzing the Exiled Queens game today. It's just not going to happen. I think that analyzing any other game I could play, fantastic. Lawnmower's down to play. Lawnmower, my offer still stands, by the way. If you want to submit a game for me to review, I'd be happy to review it. You don't have to just throw away your points. I feel bad. Standard random color medium timer turn 0. Let's end this 5D chess stream with an actual live game of 5D chess. I can't. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to think after that analysis. I have no idea what I'm capable of right now, or incapable of. But this code is for Lawnmower. I assume this is rated, by the way, Lawnmower. Let me know what you think. Okay. GLHF Lawnmower. Okay. This is turn 0 medium timer. Game against Lawnmower 24 on the stream to close us out. Let's do this. We're a little fried after the 3+ hours of analysis that we just did on another game, but I mean, this is where we are. Ooh, interesting. Bishop out. What's the idea here? Wow, what's going on here? Okay. What is happening? All right. I like bishop out here. After pawn takes, bishop takes feels good. And with this pawn being a bit of a structural liability, I really don't mind frappuccinoing my kingside bishop if I can. And indeed, there isn't a counter frappuccino that's going to happen that I have to worry about. This bishop is actually pretty stuck after that move. Yeah. I think that bishop e6 should be good here. I'm not terribly worried. I think that g3 is probably good here. Yeah, g3 is good here, preparing a frappuccino. F7 is going to be defended by this bishop, so we're not too worried about like a knight hopping in, or hopping in here. In terms of time travels, we're not super worried. There's maybe a situation where, okay, there's the question of how I effectively mobilize my queen. I think I don't have to worry about that. I think that I frappuccino this bishop. I think that I pull out this knight. Probably after knight d7 happens, and then repopulate f6 with my other knight. Okay, we definitely take here with this bishop. Maybe now. Okay. Now what? This bishop's trapped. Makes us feel pretty good about ourselves. This is actually a little tricky. Probably we move the bishop back, right? Or maybe we just leave it there and enable this recapture. I'm a little bit worried about b3 followed up with bishop c4. Put pressure on this bishop here. Do have a knight recapture. I don't think I want to get the e-pawn involved. e3 here does limit the potency of this bishop. I think this bishop's doing work. I think that we want to save it. It also doubles as an offensive resource. In terms of like sacks over here, right? Like if this bishop move happens, then we also have the king, or sorry, the knight g4, and then sack on f2, and then do an anti-travel because this bishop has moved, like a Tchaikovsky trap. So I'm not super convinced that that's like incredibly winning for white. I think I want to play, well, okay, I want to play knight d2, but I also don't want to block this bishop in. Sorry, this queen rather. It's been a long day. Let's see. Oh, not what I expected. Definitely expected b3. Never expected b4. b4 is interesting. Why b4? b4 seems not great. I don't think that queen b6 actually gets me anything, especially after rook b1. I don't really see what this does. So maybe now I actually take the opportunity to... Okay. I figure here I either fianchetto this bishop, or I play knight g4. Now, if let's say knight g4 h3, rook takes f2, king takes f2, then do I have a lethal attack? The answer is likely no. I might have done if I had actually traded away this bishop, but you know, that enables some wonky travels. that I'm not a big fan of. Then again, I played g3, so actually I shouldn't have. Probably, in hindsight, I probably should have traded away this. Traded away this bishop. I mean, I can't get to h4 super quickly is the only issue. What if I put my own pressure on? Oh. Maybe queen here is a good move? Because it enables... forces white to defend this pawn, and it enables knight d7. I guess I'm in no hurry to frappuccino my bishop. Pawn push here. Not too worried about it. Pawn push here. Probably just go ahead and play knight d7 maybe. I'm gonna allow takes. Yeah, so here I figure we're probably okay with this, right? Is that true? Am I really okay with that? I did say that this is what I was planning on doing. There's something to be said for recaptures with queen, maybe. Yeah, I think that knight d7 here, I mean, this is exactly what I planned, right? So, doing to waste time, second guessing myself after the fact. I've already locked it in. Takes here. I was thinking pawn takes, because that lets me poke into white's structure, but or takes, pawn takes, probably rook b1 happens there, right? And then I probably fianchetto this bishop, and honestly probably castle short. We probably castle after the queen side gets blown up in like this. How do I actually, I mean, I have these vague defensive ideas, but how do I materialize an attack? Oh, that's not what I expected. I think I let him take there if he really wants. Yeah, I think that also Fianchettoing this bishop now actually plays into the, if takes pawn takes, then castles happens, then this, having this bishop on the long diagonal is actually really super annoying for white there if I ever poke at this pawn with this pawn, or what will be this pawn after this exchange happens, if it happens. So it's interesting, right? Yeah, also this knight is kind of currently its main job is just to occupy this triagonal, and I want to relieve it of that duty by castling as well. So I think that this is one of those rare instances where we're all set up to actually castle safely, question mark, knock on wood. Probably want to hop in with knight g4 after the castle as well. Knight g4. Knight g4 makes something like, oh, it takes sevens. Yeah, no, we take this, right? That's cool with us. I want to play a modded variant at some point. GHXX, I definitely do. There's a lot on the agenda, but I'm very interested. It sounds like we're gonna have a pretty full stream on Saturday, but if we have time, then yes. Otherwise, it's gonna have to wait till a later stream, I think. But I'm definitely interested. It's just too much to do. 5D chess is just the game that keeps on giving, you know? Gotta play more games, analyze more games. That sounds nice, word. I think that we probably castle here. Or maybe we let him waste a turn. The thing is that this knight holds this square. I mean, when am I ever really worried about this? Maybe there's like a battery here that happens and then I do this. I've got 3 pieces covering this square, so I'm also not worried about any kind of time travel. If you think of a game mode, let me know. For example, replacing some pieces, just changing starting boards. I think right now we're limited to 16 starting boards though. Okay, will do, for sure. I'll have to think about it, but having those new toys is such a game changer. That's super exciting. I think the castle here is fine. Castle here is probably good. Okay, I'm torn between, what am I torn? Candidate moves. Knight g4 or castle here. Probably castle here. Castle here. If this knight jumps in here, then I think it pretty much forces us to play I mean, this is tricky. That may have been dangerous if our opponent really sort of forces the issue and tries to capitalize. I just felt better out this because it means that this knight is no longer playing as crucial a role. Yeah, okay, this is what I thought would happen. The question now is probably, I think that this is probably the move. I think that's probably the move. To prevent to travel onto a board where I've got a real headache. Could have pushed it once. Pushed it twice. I wanted it to be doubly defended. If I push it once, it's only singly defended. So a travel onto it that's protected is really annoying. Yeah, this is going to be a short stream. Why do I say these things? Why do I set myself up like this? What can I say? Ridiculous. Oh, I'm super happy to see that travel, actually. Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. This is fantastic. This is the best thing I could have hoped for, I think. Now we just travel onto probably what will be the result after this board. If I travel to this board, I don't quite have the forced mate, right? If I travel queen onto this board, let's see. Oh, and then that happens? Yikes. Okay, I think I won the game just now. Okay, hold on. Where can I travel to? Where can I travel to where I win the game quickly? What's the easiest way to F2 here? On what board? The problem is that actually with the bishop out here, I don't have a follow-up check. The fact that there's no knight here is pretty big. Because you can't cover... Okay. Wait. Hold up. Calculations now. I think I probably push this pawn no matter what I do because it's not time to travel yet. But if I travel with the queen to f2 on this board, only move takes, check, and then either move king away or this happens. If move king away, then check. Then, oh, this actually, after takes, this will be mate next turn. But then that square can be covered. Oh no, but then I can push this pawn and then move a bishop there, and then that's mate. Is that the cleanest way? I think we probably do this. Right? No. We don't want to remove the second defender from this square. Never mind. Probably play this. If we sack onto this board, let's play this. That way, if we do actually move this knight out here, which is possible because it's double defended, but then if it gets kicked, then we probably sack into this. And then if it takes here, then we take the queen. So something else has to happen. If the king takes, then it's basically mate. Okay, suddenly I'm critical of c5. I think that actually a much more direct and critical approach was just the immediate. I thought that I needed to buy time for a travel. But now that I think about it, the very, very obvious move in almost every way is g4, because you force, I mean, like it itself buys time for travel. I can just replenish this knight here immediately anyway, so it still plays the, I still have the defensive pieces in place. If they do anything that doesn't immediately, that doesn't either like remove the knight here or, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That was a blunder as far as I'm concerned by me. No. Knight g4 was the clear play last turn, so I messed that up. But no. White's got issues, I think. Because after takes, knight out, he's in trouble, right? Because of this bishop? If takes here, this bishop is pinned. Really what I want to be able to do, I guess, is to kick this knight so that this knight has a home on e4, but with this double attack, I actually don't mind trading it anyway, because again, we've got this other knight that we can put onto f6. I don't think I'm playing this very... I've definitely missed like offensive opportunities here. I think I'm playing too slowly, too solidly. I need to be more careful. The other thing that this allows me to do is run here now. Okay, hold on. This also threatens, by threatening this trade, okay, I think that this is the move. Super tricky. If takes here and takes, then I'm threatening g7, which is a big issue. And something like g2. And if f3 happens, then queen h3 mate is there. If he doesn't deal with this right now, this threatens f2 travel in the past, which wins the game on the spot. Wow, soft mate at least. So you can't leave it there, and you can't take it. So I think it's a good move. I think it's a good move, because if he takes, I feel good. If he doesn't take, I feel better. Probably. And his brother over here just picks up the slack, right? Not that I have to worry about f6, but you know, because of all these pieces guarding it already, or f7 rather. But still, knight f6, probably good. Yeah. We recapture here. Okay, so we don't have like the free win travel, but now there's a bit of a problem. This bishop is totally pinned. This bishop is coming in here to threaten lethal travel. Our queen is eyeing up h4. We could probably travel onto, I mean, honestly, a travel here actually seems pretty bad already. If our opponent ever travels themselves, then we have a win now, because we travel to take g2, and then from there we travel to take this rook h1, and then it mates the king like a bunch of timelines up. May seem crazy to, you know, sort of like calculate that far in advance, but whatever. Just saying. I think probably, yeah, the reason that we did all of this maneuvering and then pushed this, and then we, you know, waited, and then we frappuccinoed the bishop, and we castled, like, this attack was pre-planned many turns in advance. This pressure here that this g7 bishop is placing on the pawn here on d4. This bishop is paralyzed. This bishop is likewise. This is the trouble with these crazy openings that go super aggro out of the gate with the pawns. This happens. Can't move any of your pieces. That's interesting. Well, it doesn't hang mate, which, you know, dare to dream. Let's think here. The problem is that this does hang a game-winning travel in two turns. So actually, I'm not sure if it's necessary to even play this move, which threatens a game-winning travel soon. This forces rook f1, right? If we take on g2. Actually, that doesn't give us a win. No, it does buy us a turn, actually. So this happens. Rook f1 to not hang mate. Yeah, queen takes g2, forcing rook f1. And then we can just go queen back to here so that we get a travel onto this bishop, and that's mate. I think that this is the cleanest way. This is the cleanest way forward. Chosen one's still here. Oh wow, my tab was open this whole time. That comment was from 12 minutes ago. Yeah. I mean, this is what happens. I should have known. I mean, it's so easy to fall into 8-hour streams, you know, on the regular Saturday time slot. I left and came back, but my tab was open. Okay, so this travel happens. Capturing our queen. I don't think that it's good. I really don't think that it's good. We probably want to recapture here. I think it would be kind of crazy to not do that. How many turns into the pass was that? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've got to make 1, 2, 3 moves so that we can be caught up. This happens all the time, by the way. When I take bishop f3 is an absolutely hilarious move here. Let's see. Bishop f3. Oh, for my opponent, bishop f3 like this. Bishop f3? Bishop f3. I don't have a bishop f3. Well, let me get my thought out. And the opposite, I get tired after exactly 3.5 hours. No, there's like a curve. There's like, I get tired and then you hit the second wind. But for me, it's like, all right, I could go for another like 10. Okay, my opponents do this all the time. Listen to me. Chat. don't do what just happened here. I think I won a game on stream like this quite recently. Here's the issue. Besides the fact that this doesn't gain you positional advantage or a decisive attack, in which case, you know, you don't want to time travel. When this catches up, which it will, this queen can take this rook and deliver mate immediately. And it doesn't take very many turns. It's going to be like this turn, I'm going to take that rook with this queen. In not this turn, but the next turn. There we go. Crisis averted. I still have the game-winning travel. But the thing that I said will no longer happen because he covered the diagonal to his king. So kudos. Well done. Actually, can I still take it in time? Maybe I can. Let me think. King here. No, it's just blocked immediately. So that doesn't work. Well done. Okay, out of curiosity, bishop f3 on the latest board fails to what move? Bishop f3 instead of queen time travel. Bishop f3 here. Bishop f3 trapping the queen. Is that what you guys are saying? What? Bishop f3 here? Okay, let me look at it after the fact. But probably I'd just go for the queen travel on the spot, right? Okay. Hold on. Hold that thought. I think that we probably win the knight here. I think that we win the knight here. After bishop out, I think that probably we play knight e4. Gearing up for an attack from this queen onto this board. Mating like that. Then again, it's an issue because there's this bishop here, but I mean, really, what I want to do now is, like, this move is mate if he can't recapture with this rook. So I do also want to set up just a check on this board. But I have to look at this here. If instead of queen out here, it's like this. I don't know what the best move is. Maybe you f2 sack? Yikes. That seems not fantastic for my opponent. Okay. Frustratingly, I can't deliver immediate mate. I could take this rook because I've got another move before we catch up to this board. Actually, I could time travel, capture this rook, and then time travel, win the game. But that allows my opponent to time travel. I'm spoiled for choice. This is like some real first world chess problems. Frustrating. I think the easiest way to win here is probably to just set up a check on this board and then mate on this board. So we're going to do exactly that. I think it's the cleanest way because it doesn't allow him time travels, but there are many roads here that lead to mate. Queen takes f2. You can't take a pawn one turn in the past, it recaptures, so that doesn't quite work. So I thought because the pawn can recapture, exactly. So why not bishop f3 instead of queen time travel? I honestly think he didn't see the tactic. I think he didn't see the tactic. But that's just how it goes. Normal chess again, +1. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think the cleanest way here is, I don't see how he prevents a check here. He can't deliver a check of his own. Right? So can't travel to this board because it's my turn. So I've got check here in the past, check here in the present. That's GG. Let's just see what our opponent comes up with. Let's revisit this here. Bishop f3. Bishop f3 really does trap that damn queen. Yeah, I think if bishop f3 happens... I think if bishop f3 happens, I probably... That timeline is inactive. Which is annoying, but it does mean that I can't deliver a check on this board. So... I've been bamboozled. Can't check this guy from here. That's just not how it works. They found the move. Very well played. Very crafty. This queen is not under threat, which is nice. Now... I could travel, but that's going to make, actually, let's see. Traveling here wins? No, there's a bishop here. That's funny. It's funny that traveling here no longer wins. Okay. Let me think. I don't want to waste too much time. I think that this is the play, probably. And then here you can do this, right? I just don't want to think about it very much. Because here, this queen can take here, and that's mate, because it checks this king in the past. This queen can take here, and that's mate. If he tries to exile the king again, then I'm pretty sure I've got a few mates. I'd have to think about it. I don't know. Spoiler. Okay, there's a spoiler. What reason? I don't have my headset on. Okay, so there are some relevant moves being discussed in chat that I won't look at. Because that's not cool. What do I do if this king gets exiled? I mean, I've got to travel, right? So that's fine. Knight defend there. But that doesn't prevent queen takes here mate. That hangs this. Okay, it doesn't hang this because there's a bishop here defending that. So I take it all back. This actually works. I think that taking this bishop here, checking that king in the past, is the easiest way to mate. Am I right about that? Is it the easiest way to mate? If the queen recaptures, then that's actually an issue for me, so maybe not. Probably taking here is actually the easiest. But you can't take a pawn one turn in the past for aforementioned reasons. So what if I do this? Actually, it takes here, and then this means that this is mate, but then this can cover. Okay, time travel mate's probably the easiest, to be honest. But it's actually not really easy to do. Why have I played this way? Unclear to me. But I have? I don't know why I've done this. I don't know why I've done this. I think this was a silly way to do this. Let's see. How could I have done better? Well, our opponent has 1 second on the clock. How's this happened to me? Wow, I have 10 seconds on the clock? Wait, how did that happen? Oh my goodness gracious. Let's just do this. It checks this king 2 moves in the past here so that this queen taking here is mate. Of course, that's no longer possible. Silly me. All right, let's do our best to not blunder the game. Guys, I flagged. I didn't look at the clock. I'm so burnt out on today's stream that I just flagged. I even said I don't have any time. I lost this game. GG lawnmower. I think it's too much. It was just too much this stream. I mean, the thing, I was like paralyzed by like all of the options that I had, and it was really silly. I could have done so many different moves. I could have done like a, well, I had to check here. I probably could have pushed this pawn, you know, taking this rook seemed fine. Could have just done it quicker. You know, I thought about just setting up for the travel. Like many turns in the past, but I didn't do that. Instead, I just flagged. GG, you're crushing here. You have 3 travels. No, I know that there are like a million ways to win. I think that was the problem. I think instead of just like picking one of those things, I just like looked at all of them. Queen takes rook back 1 was the answer to the bishop move. Let's see. Bishop move. When did the bishop move happen? Bishop move. Oh wait, are you talking about back? Oh yeah. No, that's what I was saying. That's definitely what I would have done. So like where Neith said, why not bishop f3 here? Bishop f3, I would have taken this rook for sure. Because you don't sack a queen, and you know you've got your threatening mate back on the first board so So yeah, the white bishop is pinned. Yeah. King must travel. I gotcha. Rook from the original timeline can't recapture. Got it. Yeah. When you take rook back 1. Oh. You're saying, okay. I see what you're saying. You're saying that bishop block actually can't happen because of the position on the board. Because if there's a queen here, then you can't block with the bishop, right? Because the bishop is pinned because there's a queen here. So yes. Yeah. If you had time traveled, you would have had 10 extra seconds plus time advantage. Yeah, I know. And it would have, I had a lot of mates too, because like if I had time traveled earlier as well, I could have hit these guys from down here. Well, this bishop was blocking the way, but if I'd done it early enough, like just to activate, like I didn't have to travel with the queen even, just with anything to activate the, like I could have 2D, well I couldn't have 2D captured here because it defends from up here, but you know, activating the board where there are all these kings is really bad for my opponent, right? No, yeah, there was like, the game was won in like 80 different ways, so I was like, it was literally like brain, hands not listening to what brain is saying. Then I flagged. That's what happened. But it happens. Okay. This wasn't even this would have been an interesting game to put on the YouTube. I guess I still can. Even though it ends anticlimactically. But yeah, I had like 50 different travels. The problem was that I didn't pick one. Instead, I tried to figure out which one of them I should do. It was like the paradox of choice, but in 5D. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. It was pinned when you looked at it later. Yeah. If you had time traveled, you're right. Okay. Wow, what a way to end the stream. Check Discord DMs. All right, Narik, I'm checking Discord DMs. Let's see. Fun picture preview. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This is what we have to look forward to on Saturday. Narik DM'd me a preview. So this is the League Cup match that we're gonna analyze on Saturday. So you got that to look forward to. Wow. Okay. Fantastic. Beautiful. Okay. Let's see. Wait, instead of queen time traveling back, couldn't white just play bishop f3? Allow the black queen to travel? And take the rook? Then, and only then travel back with the white queen? That way white has an extra timeline? Hold up. Okay, so on this board, can't white have played bishop f3, allow the black queen to travel and take the rook, and only then travel back with the white queen? Yes, the problem is that, yeah, okay, if your idea chosen one is that then you get an earlier timeline where the white rook can recapture the queen. The problem is that what happens is the board that we make where we capture this rook on h1, any timeline made by white up here, this rook doesn't see h1 on the bottom timeline that we make because of the rook on the middle timeline. No, the idea is same as in the game, only white has an extra timeline. Well, the issue with that is that they have to respond to the move that was played. Like when I make the timeline, only move is that the king runs away. And actually, the queen from h1 on that board would be checking the king, but that would happen in the future. White is still going to have to deal with the threat. Once 4 boards are created, the threat is worse. Yeah, the other issue is that when you create an extra board, suddenly the queen down here checks the king up here just because you've made 2 extra timelines rather than 1 timeline. So white wouldn't have to respond to the check on the new timeline until later. They wouldn't have to, but it would. I think that it would be worse for them. So this new timeline would have been made. Let's see. So if that happens, so it's bishop f3 here, and then this queen goes back and makes a timeline here where it's white's turn. And the travel would happen a turn later. So white only buys themselves 2 turns by doing that. No, 3 turns. 1, 2, 3 versus 1. White buys themselves 3 turns. Is that right? Oh, does they have to respond on this turn? No, this happens. And turn here. Yeah, and then the time. No, 2 turns before they have to respond. So I don't think it's good. Oh, cross timeline checks are the issue because more timelines. Yeah. So whenever you have, if you generate the second timeline instead of just 1 timeline, then the queen from the timeline here that was generated on h1 checks the king all the way up at the top timeline. So that's bad. I'm going to blame all my blunders on having fried my brain from much programming. No worries, man. I'm going to blame all my blunders on the ridiculous analysis that we did earlier, or at least my flagging. Once you create timeline after timeline, the player with pieces in good positions has an even bigger advantage. Truth. But in the timeline black created, where the queen took the rook, it wouldn't be a check in the past, only in the present. Oh, wow, that's so deep. Hell yeah. It would be a check in the present, but like the kings are also kind of pinned, and you know, you're no pieces are covering these squares anyway. So like in a few turns, that triagonal check in the present becomes a quadrigonal check into the past. Sorry, that diagonal check in the present becomes a triagonal check in the past in like 2 turns. So king would be forced to run a timeline. It would be a cross timeline check from h1, but not a check in the past. It would be a check in the past in 2 turns or 3 turns, right? Because you know, after like that travel actually happens onto let's see, here on this board, the king has to flee. Actually, that kicks the queen away because this this rook is here and it's defended, right? Actually, no. As soon as this king runs away, so that was 1 turn in the. Okay, so let's say that happens. Let's say that what you said happens actually happens. Chosen one. So queen travel onto here, and then the queen travel, you know, happens on the other board or whatever. Then after this happens, king runs away. Then queen takes e2 is check in the past on the other board. So that's a problem. It would be a check in the past, but not on the same timeline. Exactly. Yeah, especially if white buys himself like extra turns back here or whatever. Then there's a problem where there's like a passed king up here that can be targeted by black's queen. And if they've generated 2 timelines and you give back timeline priority to the black player, then all they have to do is like capture another rook in the past on the middle timeline, and then that'll check a king upstairs in the past. So that's no good. Yeah. Okay, wow, what a game. All right, fantastic. I need to call it. I'm losing my voice and my mind, and I have to get up early to do work. So that's gonna be it. That's gonna be it for the stream. Thank you so much to everyone who came and stuck around. Thanks to Matt. Thanks, Graven. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks to Lawnmower for playing this game. GG. Special thanks to Graven and Andre for submitting their fantastic game for review. That really made the night. Thanks, Chosen One, for coming by and hanging out. It's been a little while. I haven't seen Chosen One around, so that's fantastic. Good stuff. You can expect some or all of what's happened on this stream to go onto the YouTube soon. I think I learned a bit. That's the goal. That's fantastic. I mean, super happy to provide. That's fantastic. Oh, and we got Yasser emotes. So good. All right. I think it's super late. Is anyone else? I think it's unlikely that anyone else is streaming 5D, right? Otherwise, I'd raid them. No, too tired to find someone else to raid. I think that we got to call it a night. I'm feeling a little lightheaded, so I think I'm just gonna peace out. Okay. Usual time, stream, Saturday, 2 p.m. EDT. There's going to be wacky stuff happening. There's going to be a show match involving Dreamer and the winners of the Advanced Leagues, which I will be kind of hosting that event. There will be my relegation match in the Pro League against Andre. So that's going to be exciting. I have to win 2-0 or I'm back in the Advanced League. So that's going to be crazy. I'm going to have to analyze this absolutely monstrous game that Narik turned in with like 18 timelines and 40 turns. So that's great. Just search 5D chess category. I did. No one's streaming right now. So unfortunate, but that's how it goes. In the meantime, have a great week, everybody. Take care. Thanks for hanging around. And I'll catch you later. So peace out. Have a good night. See you guys later.